Press,
Yeah,
what are the heroes doing?
well, one just got knocked out by some, needing more training guards, and the other one just got ate by a tree after getting drawn around by an infant dragon. But she did help the other dragon out of the imp's trap, so not so good at a good suck now. They decided to split apart. Who knows what's going to happen to them?
Do you think these ones will die too? I can't abduct people fast enough to feed this world, you know.
We're not feeding the world. It's a game between me and you.
Which one of us is back up again?
Shut up, Elf. Let's see what they're doing.
I don't know. I just went with something. It that was kind of I shut up. Let's just go. So right now, Acorn has just fallen into the mouth of a willow tree ant after it just consumed a baby amethyst dragon and its parental. I have not said its sex despite the fact that the rabbit said boy, and then I said girl. But again, it's not actually been said. The rabbit had been treated like a minority just about anywhere right now by cops that shouldn't be cops, or in this case, guards that shouldn't be guards. So we're going to start with the rabbit. Rabbit, you were knocked unconscious the last time we were playing,
Mm-hmm.
if memory
Yeah,
serves correctly.
Yep.
She
I
got
was
taken away.
kicked. It was kicked to the back of the head, and I don't know where I am now.
So at this juncture, you would be just waking up.
Oh God, my head. Ugh. Okay, well, where am I? What do I see?
As you stir from your unconscious state, you see a man in dark gray, green, and red diamond-shaped attire that's very much skin-touching. At the moment, you can only see the back of his head, but just as quickly as your eyes are gaining focus, he starts to turn around. And you can see there's these little bells or something kind of sticking from the top of his head. And with a plain face, because he's clearly wearing some kind of stone porcelain adorned mask. But yet his voice is so clear. Oh good! You've woken! You've been asleep for, well, I don't have a watch. It's been like an hour, maybe two. We can't really see the sky after all. You can call me Har. Your local Jessa. And you are?
My name is.
I don't really actually care. Now here's the deal. You're in the dungeon. Those lovely little guards that you wanted to play with. Why were you even around the aqueduct? That doesn't mean anything. I don't care. Here's what I want from you. The guards are executed. Thanks to your actions, which cuts into my profit. And you're going to make it up for me. Oh, crap. As he says, oh, crap, you can hear through the halls echoing the clamoring of chainmail and boots. Ah, drat! I will be back for you. And the man poofs. Well, the Harlequin. Not just man, he's a Harlequin. Poofs into non-existence. And slowly you see a man point into view, and he stands before your jail cell as your eyes are still fully adjusting to your surroundings. You see a man dressed in black, military garb, gold embroiderments, a bunch of badges of undistinguishable kinds that you don't really know what they represent because they're not like regular military from where you come from.
Mm.
He has a long pepper beard that has been braided and has a little golden beads that bind it all together. And he's holding two heads. You don't really know whose heads those could be, but considering what the jester just said to you, I mean, you can probably figure it out. You, prisoner.
Hello. I don't really understand why I'm in here.
Silence. I did not ask you to speak. I've only simply come here for one and one reason only. To re-release you. You do not go near things that you have no business near. Are we understood?
Yes, sir.
Open the door. Release her. One of the guards beside him opens up the door. Take her to the exit. Give her 100 gold and a map. You! Little weird human. You got into this world somehow. Enjoy life in Belthora. You'll never get out of here because gods know we have tried for hundreds of years. There's a tavern called the Moon Flying Dragon. It's near the town square near the monolith of Ein. You can go there, tell them Puck's weird hat to the tavern owner, and you will be able to stay in a room for the next few days, at least, for free. That's all I'm doing for you. And the man walks off, blood still dripping from the heads. Well, come on. Why are you just standing there confused? General Korvac told you to follow us, so come on.
Okay, following. Sorry.
As you walk through this dungeon, you see a lot of the cells are empty and a couple unconscious people that are all kinds of crazy. There's a goat man, there's a tiefling, and a few other undistinguishable figures that linger in shadows. And from one of the cages you hear, "Let me out! Let me out! I'm innocent, I tell ya!" Oh, shut up in there. We'll come for you later. Your execution is due this evening. Should be a spectacle during the festival.
Festival.
It's a festival not for invaders. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's very much a need-to-know kind of festival. It doesn't concern you. What he means to tell you is that it's a religious ordeal. It's closed off to most of us. I wouldn't worry too much about it, though. It's those weird cultist wannabe sons of Ein or whatever they call themselves. It's the Order of Ein. Come on. Here, hands you a pouch. That's your 100 gold. And here's a map to the city. Get out of here. And don't let us see you again. And don't go into restricted areas. You have no business. Don't go there. Simple as that.
Yes, sir.
It's up to you what you're wanting to do now. They just walk away from you.
Okay, well, what do I see around me now?
You see basically the front of a reception area. It's modern, but like fantasy centric. So everything is twisted woods, portraits of kings, dukes, and all kinds of weird photos of not humans and humans alike. Well, I should say non-humans and humans alike. And some of them seem to be moving, like they're living portraits of people. And before you, in front of the door, and before you on the opposite side, so if you're facing south, that would be to your north, is a desk with a bunch of paperworks and a little bell. And this bell is ornate and also upside down and standing on its stem in a little holder. And with that desk area is a little head. You can just see barely cusping over the top of the desk. But outside of that, some seating areas, not much. It's just pretty much kind of
So
basic office style, really.
it's not like I'm like outside or anything, or am I just like in a
Nope,
building?
you're in front of like a reception area.
Okay. I'm gonna take a gander at the map that they gave me.
Cool. You open your map and you see the city and the surrounding areas. Everything that you can see that's on that map is in fact just what's in this dimension. This is how big it is from outside of the monolith. You haven't been there, so you don't really know what's in there yet.
Okay, then I will go up to the reception area and ring the bell.
Sure. You ring the bell, and from behind the bell, you hear in a little person voice, not like that, in a like pitched. What do you want?
Just some information. How do I get to the tavern from here?
Don't you have a map? Look at the map.
I do have a map, yes. Yeah,
Then use it. It's interactive.
wait, it's interactive?
Yeah. Don't you have interactive maps where you're from?
No, I do not.
What kind of boring place are you even from? You're obviously not originally from this world. I don't know how you got in here, and I would probably keep it on the download that you're not from here. Otherwise, you're going to get all kinds of freaks bothering you, trying to just get out of this world. A lot of people, for some reason, are just kind of stir crazy. We've been here for a couple 100 years. You would think they would not care anymore. And I got work to do. Go bother someone else.
Okay.
There's like a million passerbys outside and you choose me? What do I look like? Your receptionist? No. A Ginger Call's receptionist, not yours. Now be gone.
Okay, sorry for the bother. I'll leave you to
Yeah,
it.
you should be.
Okay.
Some people, they're just so rude.
I'm gonna go outside.
Okay. So you go heading outside.
Yeah.
Cool. Great. Awesome. Once you head outside, you notice that you get blasted with a bunch of light. And as the world comes into view, you note that it's straight out of every fantasy book you've ever read as a kid and into your young adult life. Buildings that are built like cottages that almost kind of seem to bend and bow in weird angles, giant spiraling towers that remind you of every wizard tower you've ever read about, and bustling with creatures and beings of any and every kind that you have seen drawings of. You've watched people make movies about these people. There's tieflings. There's G? Why are they here? This is a weird world. There's just literal cat people. I wonder if there's a skooma den nearby. You wonder. Well, there's not. Don't be that person. But there is every kind of person. There's golems walking around, lifting heavy things. They must be doing what you would assume construction. There's angels flying above everyone. And you see guards pulling down a demon or an infernal or some kind of winged bat being from at a distance. But everyone's just seems kind of meh. They're just going about their lives no different than your hometown when you were from your world. Kind of just a bustling city point. The only thing that really catches your eyes is there is an awful lot of zombies. And they seem to range every race and every kind, but they all seem to just kind of be meandering behind people, carrying bags of people who have gone clearly shopping, it looks like. But it is just your traditional bustling city. From your point of view, you can see, and I will pull it up for you. Everyone gets to see the map. Mappy map. So, this is the world map. These are all your farms. And it is surrounded by trees. Like, there's a lot of trees. And you are currently in this area. You're, in fact, right here. And from where you just came out of is right here.
Okay.
And we can do this. So, I'm not clicking on this building because I may have forgotten. Oh, wait, I was on the wrong side. So you're right here.
Okay.
You're on the other side. Hey, wait. You're on the other side of the river here. And there is a bridge down here. Bridge up here. But you are in the heart of it. This changes. So, I'm not going to really rely on that too much. But you got your legend here. And yeah. So, you can go where you want from here.
Okay.
Assuming you have your map pulled out right now.
Yeah, I never put it back away, so I'm just hanging on to it. I'm gonna make my way over to the tavern.
You're going over to the tavern.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of taverns, but you're looking for one specific one.
The Moon Flying Dragon Tavern?
Yeah. And luckily for you, it's been pointed out. It's just a little block over, so a couple blocks over, actually. Right here.
I'm gonna go over there.
So you're heading out that way. I need you to tell me into which direction you're wanting to go here.
I am. So I'm going over there. I'm going to head to the. So if I walk out to the T intersection.
So this is where you're at. So you're cursing around the building
Yeah.
to come here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Head left. So go up and around.
You're going up this way?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm going.
And as you walk by, you know that there's shops. The Thunder Boot Shop, the Masculine Launderer, Brax's Barber, the Artisanal Flats, which is a apartment place, the Regal Ladle Barber, Splendorous Scribe, an alchemist, the Minotaur, and the Glorious Minor Barber. There's a lot of haircut places around here. Awful quality, though.
Average quality.
It doesn't matter. I was just giving you the names of the shops that are around you.
Yeah.
Because throughout your entire play, this is the bubble you are trapped in. I know it's square. I don't have a choice. It's stuck being square. Okay, so you're heading up towards here, towards this intersection?
Yep.
Great. I need you to flip a coin for me.
Okay. I got tails.
Cool. And just because I feel like I should. $86. Which way are you heading from here?
From there,
You're just heading to the right?
Yeah, to the right.
So as you start curving around the corner, you bump into a undead, knocking all of the boxes out of his hand. And there's a big burly ogre, really confused and kind of ticked off. But he wasn't originally ticked off at you. Now he is. Oh, what are you doing?
Nope. Oh,
Hey, you! Did you just bump into my servant?
It was an accident. I didn't see your servant. I apologize. Let me help pick the stuff up.
The crates are solid and still sealed. However, there's a little bit of like damage just from the fall, just because they are just plain wood. And with that, he looks at you. No, that's not going to work there, lass. I need money. You just damaged my goods. You don't know what's in there, and I'm not going to let you look. 25 gold. 25 gold and you walk free. You don't pay up? And I really hope you don't pay up. It's been a while since I had me some human.
Well, here's 25 gold.
Yeah, as he stands there shaking the money in a stack in his hand. Good doing business with you. Now get out of my fucking face!
Okay, I'm gonna continue just walking. Sorry.
And I did not actually say the word. I said fucking.
I know you did.
As you're walking down the road, you take note of more of the buildings around you. The Golden Ladle, the Laughing Gold, Earthlaw, Yeah, I put lawyers. In the, I added a couple of things in here. Don't worry about it. Paper maker might be useful if you want to make a magic book type stuff. A hat maker, a bathhouse, and the Jolly Bagel,
Bagel.
bread. And as you're walking by, you've noticed that a lot of people seem to have undead just walking with them. Reanimated corpses all over the place. Some that are pure skeletal, and some that are just paled. They're just freshly dead. Like the person died and was reanimated shortly after by a necromancer. And they're just following along. Some are carrying stuff, some are holding baskets. It's really kind of weird to you as you're walking by, and you kind of get this weird sense that something's not quite right, but it doesn't feel as a true bad thing. It's really weird. It's off-putting.
Hmm.
We're gonna say you're crossing this area, and I need you to flip another coin for me.
Okay.
You watch as a bunch of carriages go by, and a skeleton standing in the middle of that road is waving you to walk across.
Okay. I walk across.
As you get to the main road, you start noticing some of the other buildings that are around you. And you see the Flying Moon's dragon right there. But as you're looking that way, you notice just a glint of another building just seemingly in the middle of the road.
Hmm.
It's up to you where you want to go from this point since you're right here in this area.
Yeah. I'm gonna check out that building a little bit later. I'm gonna go into the tavern. Across the street. Go to the tavern.
So this is a busy road, and there's a bunch of carriages drawn by dragons, horses, ox, and all kinds of crazy creatures. Some dragons, and some are even displacer beasts. You'd seen a whole bunch of those at the farm, didn't you?
Yeah. I saw at 9? 8, 9? Somewhere in there?
Gotta wonder if someone might be raising these things.
That would definitely make sense.
And as you stand there and wait, you see an undead tiefling and another mostly rotted away, probably some kind of lizard, because he's definitely got a scaly, somewhat tail left. A lot of it's gone, and the telltale elongated face. And he's just kind of standing there, waiting for carriages to pass by, and then he stops and he starts waving at you and waving at the others that are on the other side of the road here.
Okay. I walk across.
Okay. I want you to flip a coin for me.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Heads.
Nothing happened.
Cool.
So you are right here. And now you get a really good look if once you look this way. You get a really good look at this middle thing here. And you see a giant spire that stands well, it's a monolith. Stands about 4 or 5 stories tall from what you can tell. And you see people kind of like going up to it. Some are just hanging out around it. And then you see people like go through a door that just constantly seems to be opening and closing. From the perspective of your side, it's really weird because it's like, why, how, and why? And you can't really read what's written on it. Seems like there's a bunch of glowing blue runes all over this thing, and its shape is kind of just your standard monolith. So it's got like a pyramid on top, and it goes straight down, kind of like a really big crystal.
Mm.
And it seems to be having a bunch of decorations from flowers and just kind of like a park in the middle of this road where you can see just barely past its side that you can kind of see like the sides of buildings as if there must be it you could definitely tell the intersection that it multi-links, especially if you open up your map. It's up to you where you want to go from this point.
I'm still gonna go into the tavern.
You walk up to the tavern, there's a couple people just sitting in chairs that outside just having drinks. There's a tiefling and he's yip yapping with a dragonborn. And then on the other side, there's a couple more seatings, and you could see a I blanked on their names now. Asmer and a Kinku just hanging out, just resting their wings against the wall, just talking.
Neat.
Neat. Okay, cool. Are you going in?
I already said I was going to.
I was just reconfirming. Do you want to still go in? Do you want?
Yes.
You're going in. Okay,
I'm
got
going
it.
in. Going in.
Cool. Acorn, what
Yeah.
have you been up to, buddy? Last
Well,
I
I'm in-
knew, you were pulled by a baby dragon through someone's field. I'm sure they'll be really happy to know that their fields were damaged. You got pulled through the barrier and ended up completely somewhere else. And just for everyone's sake of knowing, you guys were out this way in this area, just around here. Technically speaking, you guys landed right about this section right here. And you decided to go off on your own, and she decided to go off her own, and then you got eventually dragged all the way through and came out the other side. And now you are pulled in and flying into the mouth of an ent. After trying to, well, you did actually, didn't you? You released the dragon mommy or daddy. You don't know. It's not like you know how to gauge a dragon's sex. It's not like you were staring at its quite good to know. And you are currently falling in the mouth of a willow ent. Willow vine ent, to be more precise.
All right.
And as you're falling, you notice that it clamps down onto your person by your foot. And so now you are dangling in an ent's mouth, staring down into a hole that you cannot see the bottom of. No sign of the dragon, the baby, or its mom or dad. Since you brought up the text, I'm going to keep on going through with this.
Okay. I attempt to hack at the vine that is wrapped around my foot to loosen
It's
myself.
not a vine that's wrapped around your foot. It's your foot stuck outside the bark, so between this thing's teeth.
Between the teeth? Okay. Yeah, I dislodge my foot from the. I attempt to dislodge myself by pulling my foot out from where it's stuck.
Go ahead and roll me a d12. Yeah, you didn't do nothing. I want you also flip a coin for me. Okay, you got a heads. Nothing fun happened. So
Okay.
as you're dangling there upside down now, and nothing is really kind of going on, you're just hanging upside down inside this thing's mouth, staring into a bottomless pit.
Okay.
You're a Spriggan, therefore, how you're I'm not gonna make you feel the pain of it, but you're essentially stuck in between this thing's teeth. Because I can't imagine a Spriggan is actually going to feel pain as a regular person would feel pain. That just doesn't make any sense
No, probably not.
logistically.
I take my other foot to try to push the one that's stuck out from in between its teeth.
Give me a strength check on that. So you're gonna roll yourself a d20, and I need a dex check, so 2 d20s.
Okay, well, the first one's really nice.
Yeah, you definitely pushed it out. Now I'm just wanting to make sure if you took any substantial damage here. You did. So as you push with this thing, because you got a 5-er, you push and you snap the wood that makes up this thing's teeth. And as you do so, you get a few of the shards of wood from its tooth stuck in your rooted foot. And you start tumbling down the rabbit hole like Alice. And as you're falling into the black, you eventually make it to the bottom and you see you are sitting in sappy water. And with a firm clack of your body hitting it, you somehow manage to kind of like catch yourself. And you're not quite sure how you caught yourself while falling that far. Because it felt like you fell really far. At least a few dozen stories, almost. Like, you definitely felt like you fell further than you actually fell, that you should have fallen, because this thing's, you know, a few stories tall, sure, but you fell more than what felt like a few stories. And you notice when you start trying to lift yourself back up that it's lit up by these weird vine trap firefly kind of lights. Little fairy lights, I guess you would call them. And there is a bunch of carved out wood. So underneath the sticky syrup that is beneath you is a bunch of rings. You can see from where you're at that there's just giant rings beneath you, like it's carved out. And there they sit. Not too far from where you fell is an unconscious baby amethyst dragon and its parent.
Okay. I crawl over to where the baby dragon and the parent is, and I attempt to wake them up by booping their noses.
Give me a D8 and flip a coin. You boop their nose, but with the mama
Boop.
papa dragon, you stuck your finger into its nostrils and it starts shaking its head a little bit, like a fly got on its face kind of ordeal. And when you go to boop the baby dragon, you boop it, but you don't quite boop it correctly. You boop its lips, and as you do, it opens its mouth and chomps down on your finger, snapping
Ow!
off one of your viney fingers.
Well, that didn't work out
So let
very
me get
well.
this clear. Do you actually feel pain, or do you just simulate as if you're feeling pain?
More like simulate feeling pain, I suppose.
I mean, you are a bunch of gnarled wood root things. Plantness. You're basically Groot. You
Okay.
you just got your finger kind of snipped off, and as if nothing ever happened, your fingers already came back into existence. You know, you felt it, you seen it was gone, but just as quickly as you blinked, now your finger is back to normal. And you oddly feel more powerful than you did before you actually came in here, and you don't feel like you're being affected by the poison that you definitely got stricken with when you first came around the end.
Hey, dragons, wake up! I grip their tails one by one each and just repeatedly drop it on the ground to try to get them to wake up. Wakey, wakey!
The baby's tail just kind of wiggles away from you, like a cat, just like, don't touch my tail type ordeal. Whereas the other one, the second time you grab a hold of the parental's tail, it yeets you into the air and smacks you against the inside bark, I guess, against the wood walling. However you would want to describe that to yourself. You're basically in Doku. Doku? The Zelda tree.
Deku?
Deku? Is it Deku? It's been a millennia. Take 1d8.
Okay. One.
It's cool. Slowly but surely, the baby dragon rises and puts its front paw stretched out, raises its hind end, and lets out a big yawn and a little and spews out purple flame onto the juices. That syrupy mix that you fell into, which lights it all aflame, riling its mother or father awake.
Oh no, baby dragon! Stop! You're gonna burn everything down! We need to get out of here! I have wings.
And as you raise your voice, frantically yelling at the baby dragon, you hear roar. And as its parental dragon stands and it glares at you, whipping its head, and you hear a big metallic roar as it starts flapping its wings, pushing the flames in your direction. You better make good choices. You really better make good choices. I will kill you right now.
I quickly roll out of the way, away from where the flames are.
Yeah, that totally a good choice. I want you to give me a D20 check for that dex. And I want you to also flip me 2 coins. Sounds like things are about to get interesting. You try to dodge out of the way, and just as quickly as you try to dodge out of the way, the flames are just a little bit faster than you. And you just get covered in all of the sap and flames that are now burning this entire lake of syrupy mix. I need you to roll me a D100. Just because I want to know the percentage of how much you are covered. So it's just like all over your lower half of your body. Which means that it's going to slowly crawl up your person if you don't do something.
Well, crap.
To die? Yeah. Like I said, you might want to start making good decisions.
I go to the wall and roll on the side of the wall to try to extinguish the flames.
As you do that, you're going to also give me a D20. You got to beat a 14. Yeah, you managed to put it out, but that fire is still like burning your legs. And at that point, also give me a D8 of damage.
Wait, I put it out, but it's still burning my legs?
That whole entire ground is nothing but fire. And while you're putting out those flames, the parent dragon is sitting there and is flapping more and more as the little baby dragon is just jumping jovial throughout the syrupy fire mix.
Okay, well, I leap onto... no, I don't leap. I grab onto the side of the wall and start climbing upwards. So I am, like, reach the point of, like, facing the parent dragon. Or as close as I can, while also... I'm going to... What?
I didn't say anything.
So the next thing all the while I'm telling the mama dragon, I saved you from this tree, sort of. We're inside right now, but I'm gonna get you out of here. We just gotta work together. I saved your baby. Well, your baby saved you. And I saved your baby. And you. So help me get out of here. Help me help you.
That's your idea?
Yeah, I can talk to the creatures.
You can definitely talk to the creatures. As you're saying this, the parental dragon lands itself back down in the flame syrupy mix. And you all start feeling the world around you shake as if the flame is starting to have an effect on the actual ent itself. And the mama dragon, papa dragon, whatever it might be. Yes, I'm going to continue to do this until you say I redact my genderfying the dragon.
I've already just repeatedly tried to name it nothing, so...
As the large amethyst dragon picks up the baby dragon with its mouth, the baby dragon starts swinging its arms wildly, trying to swim at you. And the mama dragon, papa dragon, okay, I'm done. As the large dragon looks at you, it leers. But it understands. It comes up to you with its baby in its mouth, and it lowers its head down. It's up to you what you're doing next. It just put its head down.
Oh, I didn't know if you actually... There was more. It sounded like it almost cut off for a second.
Nope.
Okay, I reach my arms out and grip
Mama!
onto...
Mama!
Uppies!
Uppies!
Uppies, dragon! And I grab into the dragon's head. And then I tell it to...
Tally ho! Hi-ho, Silver, away!
Let's get out of here. Up, up, and away.
The dragon's head starts shaking around, thrashing, like it's trying to get you off of its head.
Oh, sorry about that. I crawl onto where its back is.
So, like, front shoulders, neck area, or actual back? Because one of those is going to be a problem with, you know, the concept of flight.
Well, in between where the wings are and the head, so it's like essentially where
So the shoulder,
picture
neck
a
area.
dragon rider person would sit.
The shoulders, neck area.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. And as you guys start flying, with the baby dragon and the large dragon's maw, you start rising up this definitely way bigger tree than it actually could possibly have ever been from the outside. It was able to, you know, obviously ingest a full-grown amethyst dragon, which means it's a really big tree on the inside. And as you're going up it, you guys all get stuck in a web. And from this web, you see a large spider. And I mean large. 5 school buses, wide, length, all the way around. Its full circumference, with legs and all, makes about 5 school buses from your perspective. But as it starts running towards you in a furious fit, black scaliness, 8 eyes that all glow a fiery red. As it runs towards you, it gets teeny tiny. And by the time it actually gets to you and the 2 dragons, it's no bigger than an average cave spider from Minecraft. So not too big, about the size of a large dog. And it crawls over the dragon's stomach, and it crawls up on through the web and sits on your head.
All right. You nice spider? You're all tiny and cute. You're gonna be my friend, spider puppy? Please don't eat me.
It just sits there on top of your head.
Okay. So, spider puppy.
You're still stuck in a web. I want you to remember that.
Okay.
The dragon is thrashing around, but it can't spit its fire out because it has a baby in its mouth.
Okay. I take my mace and start hacking at the webs where... Well, can I reach the dragon? Where it's stuck?
Hey, you're on top of the dragon. It's stuck with its wings in the web and its head.
I take the mace and carefully try to slice through the webbing that is holding the dragon in place.
I need 2 D100s. 1 for efficiency and 1 for effectiveness. Or 1 for efficiency, 1 for strength, and then I need a D20 for effectiveness. 78 for efficiency. 77. Okay. Now let's see how much strength you're using for this. 10. Between your weight and your cutting and the dragon's pressure that it's trying to put on this web, even though it's stuck on its wings, Like, for some reason, it's still being able to hold itself aloft. And yet, the web starts snapping one at a time. And as it actually snaps, again and again, you and the dragon's wings are covered head to toe in the web. And as you all are struggling and the web is snapping, you start plummeting back down into the flames below. And as you make impact with the ground and inside the flames, a large sploosh of water or syrup and flames starts rippling through. And as you do, that spider that was sitting upon your head starts screaming a horrid squeal, which causes it to shrivel up and burn away. And as it does, a large, overly large, ominous spider starts spewing out of the smoke and cinder and starts putting its legs inside the flames and roars with the sound of 10 lions and the squeal of a brake stopping? I don't know. It's a squeal. It's bad on the ears, man. It's like chalkboard scratching with your nails. Bad stuff. And it looks like it's raring for a fight. Mama Dragon is laying there on the ground trying to pose itself, but it's kind of stuck more and more as that web is on her. Yeah, it's a female. And the baby dragon is still in the dragon's maw, but you are covered in flame and the webs. And you now have, let's see, what time is it? You now have 2 minutes to describe to me in as much detail how you are going to remove this webbing from you and the dragon and get out of there before this smoky spider manifests into a big baddie for you to fight. You and that dragon have to fight if we're going to be technical.
Okay. Well, I take the mace and start cutting, I guess, the webbing off of me from carefully avoiding any of my, like, limbs and stuff.
I bet you're wishing you didn't choose a maze. I need you to continuously roll me 2d100s as you're going through this.
Continuously? You just non-stop?
Just as much as you need to, what you're describing as you're cutting this. I need to see constant effectiveness.
Okay, well, I don't know how much it would take, so if I do it constantly, then that'll be a
I'm kidding.
problem.
I'm just messing with you.
Oh.
Okay, so your mace is oddly sharp. Who knew? Give me, like, 3 in total. Just how effective you are at doing this. First one's 95. 59's not bad. 21, you're definitely getting tired.
Yeah, stop
Now
trying
describe
to cut the
to me
weapon
how
with
you're
myself.
actually doing it. You got a minute
just
left.
Kind of sawing at the... How is it already a minute?
Dude, it's about 2 minutes already in.
Are you counting when we've been talking?
Yep. I never said I was nice.
I just stop hacking at myself. I hack at the dragon's webbing to get itself free.
Flip me a coin. Heads and you and the dragon are free. Tails and you're still stuck. You're stuck.
Well, if I describe it accurately and with a lot of words, then it's gonna take time to describe it. I attempt to hack at the webbing around the dragon to get it free.
You're a
as
little
well.
late.
Again.
The dragon and you have most of the web off, but you're still slowed down immensely by the amount of web that's still left. And as you're still struggling to remove the web from your person and from the dragon, the spider manifests. And its whole body is engulfed in the purplish flame. And it's rearing for an attack. I need you to be very careful with your next action, because it's rearing itself up on its hind legs and getting ready to attack. So, I would choose your words closely.
I hug the big dragon and the baby dragon and try to squish us all into the closest thing of a fetal position as I can and hope and pray we don't die. Maybe if I look non-threatening and we look non-threatening, then they'll just leave us alone.
Oh, this one's going to definitely die.
Flightbot says it's in the next 2 seconds.
Fight, both of you.
As the spider starts rearing itself down, because I apparently have to save you. Otherwise, this is going to be a player campaign. As the newly manifested hell spider slams itself down, the big dragon lets go of the baby and turns its head back and starts blasting it with flame, pushing the spider back. You have another chance and I will not save you again. You now officially have 2 minutes to get yourself out of this predicament or you will die.
I take the sap and start throwing it on top of the dragon, while also gonna tell the dragon, hey, yeah, make sure you keep on blowing flames at him. I'm gonna try to get these webs off you, so get out of here.
So, let me get this right. The Spriggan, who's made out of wood, like vines, is picking up the sap that's on fire.
Yes.
From the big dragon.
Yes.
Actively putting fire onto yourself and then putting it on to the dragon.
So it burns the web, but it's only temporarily gonna like actually cause some damage.
I don't think you get to choose that. It's only temporary going to do anything. I don't think that's really up to you. Let me do a quick search real fast. How fast does sap burn? It burns relatively quickly and effectively, acting as a good fire accelerant due to its high resin and sugar content. And there's a lot of sap there.
Okay.
Sap also becomes more watery as it burns and then caramelizes. So, by this point, since it's been probably a couple minutes, it is now very liquidy, and I guess I'm letting you do this. So as you start picking up handfuls of sap, watery sap at this point, you start burning yourself, and it starts running down your arms, scorching your viney flesh and burning your hands away. And as you continue to do so, you are losing your arms. Your arm is completely gone. Your right leg is completely gone. As flame starts burning up your entire body. And you are causing the dragon immense pain. Therefore, it starts trying to shake you off, and it flings you off because you don't have legs. And As you fall into the flamey sap, you start feeling your entire flesh wither and burn off into nothing, and you die. Sup, Rabbit? What you doing, dog? Rabbit, so as you walk into the tavern, before you is a long bar that stretches the entire expanse of the back half. There is a set of stairs that goes over the left side of the bar. Like, there's enough space underneath it for someone to actually take a seat at the bar itself. And there's about 30 or so-ish tables and benches. And as you're actually looking through, you see a whole circus of folk of different races and everything else sitting there. And you get a weird tinge in the back of your head, like something just happened to your friend. And it fills you with a sense of dread. And a sense of, I should have seen this coming. Acorn, you're welcome to actually sit in here for the rest of the duration, but you killed yourself, and I'm not saving you. I already gave you one save, and you foolishly decided to just throw that out the window. So now this is a one-party story time, I guess. So you can sit there, but your commentary can stay silent until the end. And in the bar, you see a big burly goblin. And he's wearing a little feather cap. And he's got suspenders and a kind of tan, whitish, like an off-white. I guess it would be, what is it, egg white?
Yeah.
Tunic that he's wearing. And he has a fancy curled mustache.
He must be a distinguished gentleman. I'm gonna go over and talk to this lad.
What are you doing, dude? Welcome to the Flying Moon Dragon.
Are you
I know it says moons, but it's Moon.
Are
I'm Moon. Gary Moon. At your service. Oh, you trying to talk? Nah, you don't want to talk. You want to hear me talk, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, are you the owner of this place?
Yeah? What are you thinking? I already just told you that I was what's up, Gary Moon? You're in my tavern. What do you think I am? Think my dad owns this place? Nah. That guy's over there. And he points at a skeleton. Glowing green eyes, much like all the other reanimated. And as he's pointing at it, it turns around and looks and starts waving its bony hands. And it, too, has a fancy mustache.
Wave back. Hello.
Clattering bone sounds, waving.
Yeah.
So what can I get you?
Yeah, I was supposed to say, Puck's hat.
Oh, man, that man is always costing me money. How many days do you need? Cause I could use the money, you know.
Yeah, I completely understand.
You don't by chance have money, do you? Do you really need this freebie?
At least for the time being, yes. If that.
Oh, so you say that you're a vagrant, huh?
I'm a traveler of sorts.
A traveler? I don't see you as a traveler sort. Just look like some plain Jane to me.
Well, you know what they say, pack light and all that.
Pack light? I've seen beggars with more stuff than you got.
Yeah, well, my light is a light.
By light, you mean nothing.
Basically.
That's what you mean.
Basically, yes.
And no, there's no basically about it, little lady.
Well, for the days, at least a couple. Let's go 3.
Yeah. No, you don't get no more than 3. If you can't make yourself at least 5 gold in 3 days, yeah, you can go sleep in the slums for all I care. And the man reaches behind him and grabs a key. 103. It's on the 2nd floor, along with all the other rooms. It's yours for the next 3 days. But after that, I need to see money if you want to retain that room. Otherwise, get out of here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I grab the key from him.
I ain't a sir. My dad's over there. I'm just Gary. Gary Moon. Gary Moon of the Flying Moon Dragon.
Well, can
No longer Moons because my dad's dead. He's over there serving, like I already told you. Get it right.
I didn't
And
know
it's
if we
Mr.
were...
Moon to you.
Okay, I didn't know if we were on a first name basis. I didn't know when to call
We are
you.
absolutely not on a first name basis. I can tell you that much right now.
Okay, Mr. Moon. Thank you.
Don't tell me that. Tell the general. He's the one who gave you this freebie, this coupon.
But you're the one giving me the key. So
You're making me suddenly regret that action. How about you just go, little less?
okay. I go up to my room.
I need you, to flip me a coin on your way there.
Hi.
You made it up to your room with no, interruptions.
Cool.
Totally cool.
Tubular.
Totally. Absolutely cool, man! I didn't think I'd be using, like, a New York accent, but it's just where I kind of fell into.
Yeah.
Hey, be happy that I can do multiple accents.
Alright,
Inside the room is a regular bed. It's got a comforter. It's not actually a comforter. It's just a heavier blanket. And it looks like it's made out of furless pelt. But like it kind of reminds you of like maybe your grandpa's old hide rug. But it's thicker. You can't really distinguish what kind of creature it came from. And it has a pillow, and this pillow looks like it's been tied at its corners. Like it was like a home project, and they're just like gonna fill it up with whatever. And if you go up to it and you give it a little bit of a mush, you notice that it kind of feels like straws inside or something. Like, it doesn't feel the greatest. Feels very cheap. You have a little dresser with 4 drawers and a nightstand with a kerosene candle on top of it, and there is a cubby underneath it. There is a regular rug with diamond shape in the middle, just a singular red and white diamond, and that's it. That's all that's in that room. Oh, and a window that points out towards the river.
okay. Is there anything inside the cubby, or is it empty?
No, they're empty. Everything's empty. These are ends, dude. People take their stuff. You could totally do a perception check if you want to, kind of look around, see if someone, like the last tenant left something.
Yes.
But you'll need to be hidden 18 or higher to give it a thorough detail.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, so sad. 12. You look around and you didn't really find any hidey spots.
Okay. I'm gonna look out the window and just observe what's outside.
Okay, let me switch over to the map. Switching to the map. It's a map. So for where you're sitting, which is the back half of the building, you can see the little courtyard. There's a little fountain thing here, and well, you can't see anything, but there's like a little hangout spot that you could see some adventurers sword fighting here in the middle, and there's some people crowding around, hooting and hollering about it. You can see the back of this building. Obviously, you don't know what the name of it is. Same with this one and this one. And you can see there's a little passage that goes down this way. You can't quite see everything, but you can see that it goes down a good far amount. Good far amount. What the heck was that sentence? A good amount. You can see it down that way. You're about right here, so you can see pretty far down. Obviously, by this point, everything's kind of blended in, so you won't really be able to tell that this has an indenture, but you can see that on your map. But from your window, you can see this here. You can kind of tell that there's like some kind of fountain thing back there. You can see all the people doing stuff, and you can see some of the back of the buildings. There's no trees or any kind of foliage back there. Kind of looks like they've made a rudimentary fighting ring.
Okay. Then I am going to
Leave it
look.
to Acorn to get herself killed.
I'm gonna look at my map and see if, since I had that weird feeling earlier, if there's.
Oh, why was I pointing out at this stupid building? You're at this building. Don't judge me. I only just got back from work not that long ago. Rango blah.
Bingo duh.
Again, you're over here because 103, so you're over here. So yeah, you can see this area. Same ordeal, just slightly different angles, so you can see this fully.
Yeah.
From where you're at.
Okay. Then I'm going to look at my map again to see if there is some sort of, maybe like a gypsy or someone that I could actually see what's up with, Acorn.
The gypsy?
Or, yeah, so that I can see, like, people's locations.
You want a seer?
Yeah, the seer. I forgot what the word was.
The gypsy.
I was thinking
The
crystal
only
ball.
thing you're going to be getting from a gypsy is tricked, lied to, cursed, or, well, robbed, murdered.
Yeah.
Or really high with. Oh.
Yeah. I want to see if there's a seer somewhere in the town.
Well, let's see here. We got a fish shop. We got the household items. We got a long grain shop, a bread shop, effectively. Fiber shop, a game trader. It means hunting. Log shop, rough stones, grain, wood stapler, mercer. I would argue that that would have to a seer would fall under religious. Do. What the? I'm not sure what they actually put a seer under exactly, since you're wanting a seer. You know, they're just fortune tellers, right? They don't actually. You go to a mage and find out the same type of shit.
We'll see your mage, whoever can actually help me with what I want to do.
Oh, there you go. Oh no, that's the Thieves Guild. Oh, that'd be a perfect place for you to go. Your map recommends going to possibly an Adventurers Guild to actually find someone there that might be able, a wizard or a seer or a cleric, someone who has some kind of sight that they could possibly do it, because they'll probably do it cheaper than an actual like professional.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'll leave the tavern, and then I will go and to the Adventurers Guild.
Okay. I need you to flip a coin for me.
Kai.
As you're leaving out of a tavern.
I got heads.
Nothing uneventful happened as you left the tavern. So which route are you taking? Are you going to follow up towards the monolith, or are you going to head south?
I'm gonna head up towards the monolith, and as I'm walking up towards it, try to look at it a little bit clearer since I'm closer.
Okay. As you reach this point and you look upon the monolith, you can see all the details I had pointed out earlier, but in greater depth. And you can see there's a bunch of people cladded in armors and weaponry, and they're just kind of yapping. Some people are coming in and out, and some of the people that are coming out are like bandaged up, being held up by their team, limping. Some are actually missing arms, so you can see the bandages are bloody. And then you see some of these people that are coming back out, meeting with guards that are also around there. And as they're standing there, you notice that these people from every kind of race, some of these ones that are coming out have a collar of some kind around their necks. And they're talking to the guards and handing them a map of some kind, like something that they're pointing out with their fingers, like it's some kind of map, like they're asking for directions, or maybe they're asking about something that they're supposed to be doing. But your first instinct looks like a tourist from any town that you've been in, and they're trying to find out directions from a map. And that's really about all that's happening around that tower. Just people going to and fro. Some are getting into carriages. And you see a really fancy guy inside a carriage as he rides off. He looks like kind of like an aristocrat. His carriage is really nice and super fancy. And he just rides off towards the northwest. Just heads off.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and round the corner and go down that street.
I need a coin.
Okay. Tails.
Give me a D100.
21.
This is gonna be fun. As you round the corner, there's a little inlet that you walk by, and suddenly everything goes black. Shortly after, you wake up and you're in a room, and you can't fully like describe everything that you can possibly see because your vision's super hazy, like you're looking through fabric. You can feel that your hands are bound and your mouth is gagged,
Oh, jeez.
and your legs are like tied together, and as you kind of move around trying to orientate yourself, you can hear the signature sound of clanging metal. And you kind of identify that it must be some kind of like chain or something. And you hear a voice, and he's like, "Oh, we got a live one here. Tiny, petite. It should sell off for a really good price, I think." I seen her go into the tavern. Yeah, I couldn't really follow her up to the room. That Gary guy keeps watching us. Just because we're allegedly a bad element. That's because we are a bad element. Now, can you ungag her, please? The guy ungags you. Well, well, well. I told you we would meet again.
Oh.
You owe me 2 gods.
It's you. Oh, goodness. What do you want?
Oh, what? You don't want a good joke? I think you would love to hear this one. An itsy-bitsy spider fried my dear friend and murdered her and 2 dragons all over again. Can you figure it out? I'm talking about the little rooted one that came with you. I got eyes and ears everywhere.
Wait.
No.
Are you telling me that my friend is dead?
Oh, yes, but that's not the point. It's inconsequential.
How is it inconsequential? My friend is dead.
Put the gag back on her.
No. Just continue.
Shoves the gag back into your mouth. Okay. The only time I want to hear this is if I have a lady friend between my legs. Ungag her. Getting PTSD over here. Now, without you getting all yelly, yes, your little friend is dead. She makes bad choices. She did, however, not have any involvement with my guards, my little pond. Dying. You did. So I think we're 1 for 1. That means I still have a body to fill. And guess what? You match a body. And you're going to work for me now.
But, okay. If I give you 2 guards back, is there a way you can bring my friend back?
You can't bring the dead back, silly girl.
Then what's with all
Well,
the undead
you
people?
can reanimate their corpses, but they're no good as, people. They're simply servants, and they're good for a good laugh. Or if you really want to work out your frustrations and don't want to hear some screaming, you can beat the living daylights out of them, and they don't really mind. You want to hear a joke?
I guess.
Once upon a time, I don't care to tell you a joke. I don't know you.
Oh, okay. Then why offer to tell me a joke if you don't actually care?
Because I can? Duh.
Goodness.
Sounds like someone's getting mouthy. How about we actually do a joke? Ready? Knock, knock! And his little peon smacks you in the back of the head with the billy club. Take 1d8 of damage. Took 3 points of damage. A bludgeoning damage.
Hey, hang on. I gotta scroll up to see what my last health was at.
That's why I told you guys to make sure you're rotating that through occasionally.
Okay, I'm at 89.
So here's what I need you to do. I need you to get me a replacement for that body, or I'm gonna sell yours and get the same amount of money out of you. Or you can go into the monolith of Ein and get me the equivalent of 25,000 gold.
25,000 gold?
Well, yes. You killed 2 of my minions. Do you know how much money they brought me? They brought me at least 10,000, and the other 15,000 is for my emotional distress and the hindrance to my operations.
By all technicalities, I did not kill them, by the way.
You want to hear another joke?
No.
I didn't think so. So how about you listen when I am telling you what to do? Be good, and you get to go free and live. Be bad, and I'll show you what bad means. You have 3 options before you. Which one do you want?
Well, I don't exactly know how I'm supposed to give you bodies, so I guess I'm going to the dungeon.
Kidnap!
Kidnap?
You kidnap them. Find them in an alley, wait until they're drunk, drag them here. Well, you don't really know where here is, I guess.
Yeah, I don't, so...
I will have eyes on you. It's not that much effort. But if I'm putting eyes on you, I kind of feel like you need to get me 4 bodies.
See, I think it would be easier for me to actually go into the dungeon, so I'm gonna do that.
Have you been to the Adventurers Guild to get registered? I don't think you have, little invader.
I was actually on my way over there. And then you
Well-
kidnapped me. Rude.
I did not. He did.
But you
Not
still
me.
ordered him to, so...
Well, ordered is kind of a stretch. I told him to do something, he did it. It wasn't really an order, more just me talking to him.
I mean, semantics.
Semantics. Knock, knock.
No. No.
And he smacks you upside the head once more. Give me another D8.
Will you stop smacking
You're
me
the
in
one
the
who
head?
got mouthy. No. Knock, knock.
No.
Give me another D8. Knock, knock.
Okay, well the first one is 3. How many do I have to do?
You got 3.
2. So there's 5. And 7.
7 bludgeoning damage.
82.
I mean, it's better than 0, like, I don't know, someone else.
Yeah. Okay, well, since I have to get registered, you obviously have to, get me out of here. So.
Well, yes, but I can't really see me bothering, you know? It sounds like a lot of work.
But
It sounds like an awful lot of work. And what do I look like? A laborer? I only make people go into labor. Usually when I'm throwing women down the stairs, but, that's just it. Should have been pregnant. Now, what I can do is beat you until you pass out, then eject you from here, And bada bing, bada boom, you don't know where we're at.
Or you
And
could,
that sounds way funner.
or you can put the sock on my head again and not beat me senseless.
Well, you still can't see because you're still blindfolded. I only ungagged you. I think you've already talked too many bonks to the head.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little bit.
Now, here's the next inquiry for you, little girl. Do you even have the 500 gold for your registration? No, you don't. You have 75 gold, don't ya? I know because I took a gander. Shiny coins are shiny, and I love glint. Do you want a loan? I will give you 1,000 coins, but in return, for every day you do not get my 1,000 coins back to me, I will be charging you 250.
It's that interest. It'll get ya.
And I get them every time.
Yes, I will take the loan, please.
Ooh. You are a cleverly stupid girl. Just to be honest, you know? I like to be honest with my suckers. Get her gold and knock her out, would you? And I don't care where you take her. Just get her out of here. Puts the sock back in your mouth and gives you another 5 whacks, knocking you unconscious. And just to be kind to you, I will only make you do 1d20 of damage.
Okay, D20. Okay. Two.
See? You got knocked out really easily. Oh, I almost went back into the jester voice. You got knocked out really easy. It's great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The bonks on my head kind of assisted with that.
Oh, yeah. So, upon waking up, you find yourself next to the river. Right on over here.
All the way over there? Jesus Christ.
From where you're standing, looking around, you can hear stomping and a little bit of reverberation. And the smelling of burning wood.
I wonder where that's coming from.
And you can kind of tell that it's coming from behind you. Do you want to look behind you?
Yeah, I'll look.
As you turn around, you see a massive tree running towards you that's on fire with purple flames and spider legs coming out of its head and acting almost like branches. And you can just see moving around and with little chompers, the fangs from the spiders, like it's trying to get out and it's charging towards you. I need you to give me 2 coin flips. One is for a reaction. And then I'm going to have you roll a dex. And then I need the other coin.
Okay, well, the first flip is tails. The second flip is heads.
Whoops. Your reaction sucks. So I need a dex and I need a d12.
So you need D20 and a D12?
You need a D20 for your dex, but you need the D12 for damage.
Okay.
Because you
D20,
weren't able to react.
I
Hey,
got
there
a
you go.
dirty
Perfect.
20.
That's not a dirty. A dirty is 2 numbers that equal out to 20. You're
Okay.
just got that nat.
I got nat. Oop, crap. And D12?
Yep.
Okay. And 12.
Oof. That's some fire damage. And also you're kind of stuck under this log that's now writhing. And now you're going to start playing a little game. I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 10. Consider this like your what are they called again? Where in games you have to hit the buttons.
Oh,
What is
quick
it
time
called
action?
again? Yeah. You are going to do that. I'm going to think of another 1 to 10, and as close of a number as you get to it, I will either tell you to take a D8 or save. And you have 1 minute. Because
Okay.
that's about the average breath span holding underwater that most people could do. So,
Okay, 6.
save.
Do I just keep continuously?
You just continue to do it.
Okay. 2.
Hit. Take a D8.
Okay. 5.
Take a D8.
7.
Save.
3.
Save.
6.
Take a D8.
9.
Save.
4.
Save.
7.
Take a D8. Time. As it goes to explain exactly what these D8s are, as you in the log with the spiry, gangly arms that are bursting out of it, as they fall into the water and you're partly in the water struggling to get yourself out between all the ripply waveness that is happening under the water, you are trying to dodge the legs and all the branches and trying to get out. But every time you got hit, you took a puncture wound to your leg, your left leg, your left thigh, your right bicep, and your left hand. No, you're scratch the left hand because that would have been 5. I just chose random body parts at random, but I did 5, not 4.
Okay.
And you only got hit 4 times, so.
Yeah.
But as you're going up to the surface, and you finally crest the water, a massive explosion of purple flame bursts out and flings you into a nearby tree. And as you're hanging there from an upper branch, you hear the signature roar of a dragon. You can't quite tell it's a dragon, but just for the sake of argument, you know that sounds like the classic dragon sound, but it sounds metallic. And as it is going, and you can hear the whooshing of the wings, you also hear a screech that is just the worst. Just nails on chalkboard. And then you see it. Something rolling across the ground underneath the branch. You can just kind of see it just rolling between all the branches and all the leaves beneath you. And you see purple flame streaking across the ground. And you hear the signature thud and rumble nearby. You don't know quite where it's at. I almost thought I had a sneeze. That was what the pause was. You don't know quite where it's at, but it sounds like it's off to your left. You're gonna climb down the tree. What are you going up to?
I'm going to cautiously climb down the tree, minding my footing.
Will you give me a dex? Give me a d20
Okay.
and beat a 14.
1 second. I'm adding up my health and stuff. How much I actually have after the puncture wounds.
Well, spiders be crazy, yo.
Okay. I am down to 67.
Still better than 0. Like someone.
Okay, you said D20 and beat a what?
It beat a 14.
I got a 3.
You start looking like a pachinko, but in a body shape as you go down, and you fall and you smack yourself, knocking the wind out of your chest. Take a D8 of damage. But where you land, you see this little ball that's just got a little bit of glowing in it, and it reeks of mushrooms. And it smells really familiar. Yeah, only one hit point of damage.
Yeah, not bad.
It could be worse.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to pick up that ball on the ground, or are you going to leave it?
I mean, I'm gonna make sure it's not like hot or anything before I actually do anything. So I'm gonna kind of.
Oh, that's advisable.
I'm gonna hover my hand over it to see if there's any heat radiating.
It's warm, and it's not like scalding or anything hot.
Okay.
Scorching, I guess. It wouldn't be scalding because that means water. I mean, it's wet, and you can kind of see just from that little bit of time that it was around you that it's been there. It's starting to have like a sprout come out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pick it up.
Okay. By the way, you still have other things going on. I don't know if you want to look around you, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. What is happening around me since I've gotten out of the water and out of the tree?
To the
and everything.
left, you see in the water itself, which you're about right here. So this would be right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Yeah.
Can I draw? I forget. I haven't used this in a while. I guess I could have just used the thing. Are you gonna put me all the way back up again? Yeah, you are, bastard. You see a dragon with something beneath it. You can't quite tell what it is. But you see the dragon shooting flames off this way. You see some crazy, like, gangly spider legs, like they're trying to come from underneath the door, but in this case, it's out of the water, trying to get itself out of that burning tree that you seen fall that just nearly killed you, and it's trying to pull itself out while it's blowing flame at it. And everywhere else, you just kind of see pasture, river, and trees. Nothing too crazy elsewhere, just right in this area.
Okay, well, I am going to stick this ball in my bag for the time being and quickly get away from that situation. There's just a lot going on over there, so I'm just gonna head east.
You're heading east?
Yep.
As you start sprinting, I need you to give me a 2 coin flips.
Okay. First one's heads.
Yeah. I see that.
Kai. And heads.
You manage to continue to head east without incident. You're just gonna keep on heading dead sprint out east?
Well, not gonna be sprinting the entire time. Just as far as I can until I'm out of like ear shot of the chaos that's happening over there.
Okay. You continue to run, jumping over dead logs, jumping over trees, down trees. I mean, probably should specify a little bit. And as you continue on at a distance through a couple tree lines, you come across a little rundown house.
Okay.
Let me pull up the map again. Come across a little rundown house. You can kind of hear the roaring from the dragon still faintly through all the dense foliage and tree lines. But there's a rundown house. Its door's still kind of hanging off the hinges. So it's not a well set door by any stretch. The roof is partway caved in on the north side, and it's basically has no windows.
Okay. I am going to go up close to the house and kind of look at it and see if there's any maybe signs of life or that I can tell.
So you want to like peer through the windows?
Yeah.
You want to just like start hollering and hooting at it?
Nope. I want to peer through the windows.
Inside, you see pretty much a desolate interior. There's like the odd chair, some other utensils that you can't quite see that are shadowed, and like a kitchenette area to the southeast side. And you see what could have been a couch or seating area once upon a time. Kind of looks like there's an arm of a chair or something, but otherwise it just looks vacant.
Okay. Can I see any sort of like chests or anything?
No, not from where you're at. No,
Is this a single story or is it double?
single story.
Single story. Okay.
It's kind of like a cabin.
Okay.
It's not like the villages or the cities buildings by any stretch. This looks like somewhere once upon a time someone had either lived out here or came out here for a reprieve. It's a respite for someone maybe once upon a time.
Okay. So you said the door is hanging off the hinges.
Yep. Well, it's hanging off the one of the hinges. Like it's leaning over. Like the top hinge area, it's been broken off. Like it's rusted away, or maybe it was struck or something. And so it's hanging on the one hinge. Like it could fall over, or it could be ripped off easily with just a not even that much force type ordeal.
Mm.
It's a pretty dilapidated situation for this building right now.
Okay. I'm going to open the door.
Okay, I want you to flip me a coin, would you?
Kai.
I want you to flip me a coin just so we know if anything happens with that door.
Tails.
You try to slowly and safely move the door open enough so you can safely get inside. And as you're doing it, the wood buckles and snaps and takes you and the door, making you smack yourself on the ground. And as you fall to the ground, the ball that you had in your pocket rolls out of your pocket onto the floor. And you've noticed that the sprouting has gotten much larger by maybe about 5 or so inches. I wonder what that's like. I wouldn't know.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Do I take any damage or anything for falling?
No, you just kind of fell. Not like you took a brutal fall. It was just enough for you to kind of fall down like, ugh, that sucked. Like falling up the stairs, but without knocking your shin on the protruding portion of the step.
Okay. Well, that ball with the sprout, the sprout's gotten bigger, so that's interesting. I'm going to stand back up and grab the ball and kind of just
You notice that there's a little mushroom. Like a little mushroom just like growing out of one portion of it along with that sprout. And even as you're standing there looking at it, the sprout is slowly growing. Like it's kind of fooling your eyes a little bit because you can't quite tell that it's growing, but it definitely looks like it's moving. But it could be like a trick of the eyes almost.
Okay.
But it's warm. Like
I
almost body temperature warm.
I wonder. Acorn had said something about rubbing your dirt, the something dirt, rubbing dirt into like something. I don't know. I will try and kind of dig up the earth and get like a handful of dirt and rub it on the ball.
You rub some dirt on the random ball and also snapped off the mushroom, which causes the sprout to start shriveling up a little bit.
Shouldn't I have done like a check for that instead of as immediately just snapping it off?
You chose by your own words.
You should have gave me a check. Just saying.
I'm not giving you a check for that.
You should have.
You could have. Nah, not giving you a check for that.
Oh crap. I'm gonna take the mushroom and gently put it against the ball the mushroom that snapped off and put it and gently.
As you're holding the mushroom stem back where you snapped it off, you start noticing mycelium like stretching at it, and it pulls it back onto itself.
Whew, okay.
and acting as if it never happened in the first place.
That's better. Okay. I'm gonna be careful with this thing because obviously it's delicate AF. Frickin'
That's kind of why you were getting a check.
DMs. Give it checks.
I'm not giving you a check. You were rubbing dirt all over the thing. It not much has changed outside of that weird little venom situation there, where it put the mushroom back on and healed the wound of where
Okay.
you snapped it off because you're a jerk and putting dirt on there.
Well, I'm just going off of what Acorn had
She
mentioned
has
about.
not told you that at all.
I mean, you don't know backstories and shit.
Yeah. Well, you came from a mundane world, so putting wounds on cuts, it's kind of like universal in the United States.
Exactly. So it would make sense that I would have that knowledge.
Well, yeah, but she wouldn't tell you that. You would have just heard that probably from your parentals. Wouldn't be from Acorn precisely.
Well, still,
Like, I
I
find it
still
hard to
had.
believe that Acorn did it, but that is a call out to our our actual D&D that we do with some of our friends. That isn't televised.
I still have the knowledge. Rub some dirt in it, you'll be fine.
Sure. What do you want to do?
Okay, I am going to place the ball gently back into my bag. Just kind of let it simmer.
Okay. Choice, I guess.
I mean, I'm gonna keep it safe in my bag while I go inside this house.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go inside the house.
All right. You're inside the house.
Okay. Is there anything else that I can see that I couldn't just from the window?
Give me a check.
Uh,
Since you're so big on checks. Roll me that D20, Doug.
15.
You see a lot of what I already told you, and you can also kind of notice like cattle in a basin and some old like fabrics and that are scrunched up and kind of like gross. They're dirty, because they've obviously been sitting around for a long time. Everything's pretty much coated in like a thick film of dust, and there's quite a bit of moss growing on the beams, or maybe it's mold on the beams that had collapsed in. Oh, that hiccup had a burp with it, and that also had stomach acid.
A little something, something.
But you notice kind of like right underneath where those beams had fallen that there's an outline of some kind there. But outside of that, you can see a broken table missing one of its legs and a couple of chairs. And the broken down, presumably couch, it's a couch. It's just been smashed and messed up.
Okay. What is the outline of?
You want to go look at that outline?
Yeah.
Will you flip me a coin?
Yes, I will.
And also give me a d20 for Dex.
Okay. Coin is heads.
Yes, I can see that.
And you said D20?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
God damn it! Damn it,
You
boy.
got that fucking one, boy. As you walk over towards that outline, at first it sounds like the floor's just creaking, but then suddenly, as you put your left foot forward, your right foot goes through the ground, causing you to fall backward and smack your butt on the floor, and it creates a hole and causes you to fall into the basement.
Ah!
And a bunch of dust obscures your vision. I need you to take a 1d4 damage.
D4 damage. Okay. One.
Cool. Got that 1-1.
That 1-1. 65. Okay.
As the dust settles, and you can see a little bit of light as you're rubbing your butt from the pain of falling on it.
My booty. Owie.
And you can see an oil lantern. And then from out of nowhere, you suddenly are being launched against the wall with vines gripping around your throat.
Nope. Okay. How tightly are these vines? Are they like strangling me, or are they just holding me?
They're holding you. You're being restrained. I want to know your bodily actions right now before I proceed.
Okay. Well, I guess my question is my hands free?
I said you were being gripped by the throat, so yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay. I am going to try and tug at the vines that are wrapped around my neck. See if I can.
As you reach your hands up towards the vines to de-strangleify yourself. No, I'm kidding. To deconstrict the vines that are wrapped around your neck, more shoot out of the dark, shadowed corner, gripping onto your hands and smashing them against the wall, and you can feel them getting tugged into the wall as if the vines are actually digging in.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Hello? Is there anyone here?
Yes, I'm here, and you are invading my home.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to find some sort of shelter. There's a lot going on out west, and this is the first place that I come up on.
What could possibly be happening that would merit you to come into my home uninvited?
What sounded like a dragon?
What sounded like a dragon and knowing that it's a dragon are two different things. So you must be lying or you're a fool.
No, I am not lying, and I'm not a fool. It sounded like a
Ah, so
dragon.
you're a giraffe.
It sounded like a dragon. I didn't get a good look at it because it was deep inside a hole.
Giggity. A dragon inside a hole? You really expect me to believe that you heard a dragon inside a hole?
Yes.
Are you an escaped mental patient?
No, no, I'm not. I am just
I
very lost.
sincerely, slowly getting annoyed by this conversation. What's that in your pocket,
I'm not exactly sure. It came flying out of the hole that I had previously mentioned. It has a little sprout that seems to be growing still, and a little mushroom.
That is a core.
A core?
Of core of my kind. That is a Spriggan's core.
Oh, it just came flying out of the hole that I had mentioned before.
Hmm.
And I picked it up to see if I could keep it safe, and it's been in my bag for a little bit.
It's reconstituting itself, as we Spriggans do. Although the body may be destroyed, the rest of us can be eviscerated again and again, but so long as you replant our core, in the ground, we will take root and we will grow again to be our former self.
Okay.
So this brigand here has apparently met a dastardly fate. It's a quite young core. Therefore, I'm surmising that it was probably doing something foolish. Probably messing with those humans in the city and got itself killed.
Okay. Well, with your permission, firstly, could you let me out of your vines by chance?
Absolutely not. How do I know you're not a threat? You have a core in your hand with this crazy elaborate story about dragons. There is no dragon in my woods.
I can show you. It's not actually too far away from here.
As you say that, you hear little pitter patters upstairs above your head. And as you hear them stop, you hear "Rah!" with a metal twang as a little baby amethyst dragon's head is peering through the hole.
Nope. Hello, baby dragon.
And as you say that, it jumps down as it blows fire, severing the vines that were gripping around your neck. So now only your hands are being held.
Nope. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
A dragon? How?
See, I told you.
Shut up.
Okay.
No one asked you, flesh bag.
Okay.
I don't like to be made a fool of in my own home. It's a little amethyst dragon. Where is your mother, little dragon? And the little dragon looks at this brigand and starts spewing purple flames at it. No! And it leaks away back into the darkness. As you see a little purple flame that it was covered in as it runs down what apparently is like some kind of hall or something, maybe. It was definitely running in some kind of path as it's screaming down it. And it starts making these the little dragon starts making these purr sounds and is trying to attack the core. It's trying to grab that core from you.
No, 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 little dragon. No, can you let me out of the vines, please, like you did with my neck?
Or I'm not very good at doing purr sounds that apparently can be transferred through the mic. Did that work?
Yeah,
I don't know.
you did.
Yeah, okay. I just had to do it louder. And as you ask that and it makes that little sound, it grabs at the ball that's hooked to a part of a vine. And as it grabs it, it starts shoveling at the dirt and starts burying the ball into the ground, allowing it to start sprouting through the dirt with a bunch of little mushrooms creating a giant circle around it, about a meter or so. Mind you, you aren't bound. It ran away. You're already fallen back to the ground.
Okay,
So I'm not really sure what you're up to. It's just
I
hooked to vines still.
I didn't know if I was still hooked.
It ungripped your throat from the flames. That it had a real issue because it ran away.
Okay.
I didn't really think I had to point that out, but after you said that, I'm going to just point it out.
Well, yeah, you kind of had to point that out because in my mindscape, I was still attached to the wall despite the Spriggan running away from me.
As it creates this little ring of mushrooms, and a beanstalk of sorts of a sprout starts growing through and starts forming the bodily shape of acorn.
Oh, okay. Good job, baby. I was gonna do that, but good job, baby dragon.
Acorn's corporeal body is asleep. Is she there?
I'm here.
Okay, cool.
You're,
I didn't expect to come back.
you're alive.
You forgot details about your own creation.
I didn't forget details. I just.
Yes, you did. You clearly
No.
forgot about the fact that your character has a core. Your source of power. So long as your core is not destroyed, you're able to reconstitute yourself. Once you're able to regain nature into yourself. Just being in contact and out of danger allows your core to regrow and reconstitute your body. So long as your core doesn't get destroyed, you're pretty much able to regrow so long as there's nature around you. Because you can reconstitute from nature energy.
Well, I knew it was possible, but I didn't know it was actually going to happen, is what I guess I'm getting at. I didn't
Okay.
know exactly.
You went into an inn, correct?
Yeah.
Along with the two dragons, correct?
Mhm.
The dragon caught it on fire, correct?
Uh-huh.
There was a shadow demon spider, correct?
Yes.
Do you think ents that are made out of wood are going to withstand fire? No? Correct. Then it would have to try to douse out the fire. But the ent is an ent. The demon spider that was inside it was just so happened to be a baby spider that was actually dead, became a demon, and ended up just residing in there because the being inside that ent distorts reality, kind of like its own little plane of existence, but it just shrinks everything that's inside it. Thus, it started catching on fire, dispelling the runes that actually created it, which you didn't really get a chance to look at those runes because you decided to tug on a dragon's tail and kind of piss it off, making you think you're a threat to protect its young, which caused the fire, which caused the whole sequence of everything that happened to you. But seeing as it would have melted really fast, and turned all that sap into caramel, which would have burnt everything around it, and the core of a Spriggan is really tough, so fire isn't going to destroy it. It became encased by the caramelization and possibly something else. I'm not going to tell you. But the ant wanted to douse out the fire that it was having coming from its belly, so it ran to a river. The rabbit, being tortured by the jester, got lugged out to the way out of the city and brought towards the barrier, which just so happened to be near the river, that just so happened to be near you. Is it convenience? Is it storytelling? Who knows? In all honesty, she was going to be drug out this way anyways, regardless of what you were up to or not. Also, I figured after doing so many dungeon runs, you wouldn't be foolish enough to get yourself killed so early. But hey, live and learn. And then you just need to be in nature. You were in nature. The only reason you got out of that log was the baby dragon. But when its mom and it got out of there, it just so happened to release you given what was going on between that spider and its mom, that it accidentally released you, causing your core to roll towards the rabbit. The rabbit picked up your core, came here, and there's a Spriggan who is in this basement. Whether or not that matters is to remain to be seen. So yes, you just need to be buried in soil, because that's what it takes to reconstitute your person, because of the type of Spriggan you are. Just like some need to be buried and put in brambles, you need to be in darkness because you're a mushroom Spriggan. So you require the environment of mushrooms to grow, because that's how you created your character, was for that. So caves, basements, those type of things work out well so long as you have dirt to grow out of, or an environment such as tree lines that are near water but are shaded enough that can be home for mushrooms. By no means did you have to fall in this basement and have this happen for you to actually reconstitute yourself, but the baby dragon's smarter than you. So I guess what works, right?
Yeah.
Anyhow, you guys have been reunited. Yay!
Yay!
Converse.
Whoa. Okay. Hey, what's up?
Well, not good things.
Yeah.
Got dragged around by a baby dragon, swallowed by an ant, and then just terrorized by a spider demon thingy, and then ultimately death and fire, and it was scary. I don't think we should separate anymore. This world is nuts.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I need a nap. I need to take a nap right here.
You
Nap
could
right here.
converse for like, I don't know, 2 minutes while I go pee.
Okay. Well, you don't exactly have to take a nap right here. We can venture back into the city. I have a room.
Is it actually safe in there? Like, I haven't found any people yet. All I've had is the dragons, which they were eventually nice, but...
Yeah, they're people. Some of them are nice, some of them not so much. The tavern owner, Gary Moon, he's pretty cool. He gave me 3 days free for staying there. Yeah. So you got a room. You got it for 3 days. And then, while you were dealing with all of that, I went to the city walls, met some guards who weren't very nice at all. They kicked me in the back of the head and knocked me out. So that hurt a lot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it hurt a lot. And then I got held captive for a little bit, and then subsequently the guards who were supposed to be guards got themselves killed. And then I got out of there and went to the tavern, and then met Gary. He gave me the room key and everything.
Gary!
Yeah, Gary Moon.
Gary!
Yeah,
Not
I have
Moon.
not Moons, just Moon.
Very scary.
Actually,
Gary Moon.
Gary's Gary's not scary. He has a fancy mustache. He's really cool. He has this like
Gary Moon.
Boston accent.
Yeah. I got a Boston accent. What you gonna do about it? Gary Moons, how you doing? I have a fancy mustache.
And then once I actually left the tavern to go to the Adventurers Guild, because I was going to try to bring you back to life by seeing like a wizard or something, I got kidnapped by the jester, and then subsequently had to make a deal with him. He gave me a loan for 1,000 coins, and if I don't pay him back his 1,000 coins, every day he's going to charge me 250. So that interest is a lot. So
Not as if anyone pointed a gun to your head and made you have to actually accept that deal.
no, but it was the easiest choice that I could honestly think of.
Wow, because the easiest choice is the best choice.
Well, yeah, I never said it was the best choice. I said it was the easiest choice.
On your own, like, ever, dude.
Can I continue with my?
You want some math? It's the best choice. Oh, sweet. It's the easiest choice to do this math.
Shut up, DM. Let me continue with my flashback storytelling.
Fine.
Okay.
Foolish.
Your commentary is not needed.
But necessary.
No, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so those guards I had aforementioned were evidently his minions that...
The aforementioned.
Yeah, aforementioned, because I already mentioned them. The guards that got themselves killed. Evidently those were his minions, so now I need to pay him 25,000 gold. Equivalent of 25,000 gold to pay
what
him
I'm
back.
hearing is it need a job or some sort of gaining
Or to
money.
kidnap people.
Yeah, or kidnap people.
4 people specifically.
Yeah, and kidnap 4 people. But yeah, there's a dungeon monolith type thing, but we need to get registered first, which we need to go to the Adventurers Guild, which was the loan that I got from Jester, because it's 500 coins to
The Jester.
the Jester. Sorry, the
Well,
Jester.
hopefully they have food there, because I am starving.
No, it's a tavern,
all
so
that
I would imagine
Fighting
they have
for my
food.
life.
Starving. The plant person is starving.
Yes. I need sustenance. Feed
Uh,
me, Seymour.
You're literally standing in your substance. You just need water and moisture. You're a plant.
I need meat.
You need meat.
Are you a Venus flytrap?
Hey, that's where my brain went too. But mushrooms
I already said feed me, Seymour.
Yeah, she already made the whole
I
thing.
know. I know.
So you guys are going to start heading back, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are now heading back to the village. Tra-la-la-la-la. Which way are you going to be walking? You have a map. So you can, there's a map actually in the chat, so you can actually look at that.
Okay.
Are you going to follow that river, or are you going to kind of wing it? I mean, you have also your personal map on you, which is why I bring up the map that's in chat, because kind of one and the same, really. How are you getting there?
Well, Acorn, do you think we should follow the river, or how do you think we should do it?
Well, I think you have been there before, so lead the way, Maestro. Which way was the best way for you to actually get in there?
She got knocked the hell out and drug out here to make her life difficult. That Jester fella is just a jerk. So...
Yeah, it's kind of a tough time getting there myself. So, yeah, I think we'll just kind of follow the river.
Okay.
Cool. So you're heading towards the river?
Yeah.
I need you both to roll me a D100, and you have to get near 85.
You have to like carnivorous otters or something.
Carnivorous otters.
They already are carnivorous?
70.
Exactly. Exactly. But there are like fey otters. The otterkin.
Mm-hmm.
They're
So
nasty.
7.
booties.
Hey. Who cares?
I only got a 2.
Yeah, I see.
I'm a mammal that cares.
Uh-huh. You also are both now mammals that have a baby dragon in tow walking towards a river and are now looking upon a very angry, very wet dragon that is wrapped up in webbing, struggling for its life with a super massive spider that is about to bear its fangs inside the mother dragon of that baby dragon. You have a choice. Leave with the baby dragon in tow, sacrifice the baby dragon, and leave its mom and it to its own fate, or save the mama dragon and fight that big old spider off with your spear and mace.
Well, Acorn, I think we could take that spooter.
Well, now that I'm not stuck in a freaking fiery death of sap, yeah, probably.
Okay.
Let's get him.
Take on the spooter.
Cool. I need you both to flip a coin. Heads, you go first, and tails, you go after. Wow! I guess you guys are going after. The gigantic demonic spider takes notice of you 3, because you have the baby dragon in tow, and shoots a big glob of webbing at you. You have to flip me a coin if you're going to try to dodge, and both give me dex roll.
What's dex roll again?
20. Give me a 20. I really don't mess with anything outside of the 20 die, besides when it comes to, like, damages.
Yeah. But just because I...
Acorn stretches her arm out and grabs a hold of the tripping rabbit as she pulls you both out of the direction of the webbing, causing you both to roll. What is your next move?
So we're both upright and not like falling over or anything, right?
Yeah, you're both fine.
Okay.
Acorn saved you
Oh, thanks,
from
Acorn.
tripping and getting grabbed by the web, or getting stuck by the web, rather.
Is a nice save there. I'm going to... Okay, first, where is the spider in relation to the dragon now?
Both of them are on that bank that you guys are. They're both about 60 feet is the spider, and about 35 to 40 feet is the bound down trapped dragon.
Okay, is the spider behind the dragon, on top of the dragon?
Yes, it is. No, he's about 60 feet, coming up to eat his lunch and replenish itself.
Okay. I'm guessing at this point I don't have any spells or anything.
Nope. In this world, you just came from the mundane. You do not have a class, and you do not have any kind of spells. You don't even know how to use your power shifting powers because you haven't eaten anything. So it's not like you would actually be able to know that type of stuff.
Right.
As it goes for this one's never even tried to experiment with her powers, so it's not like she would have a clue either. So, as far as you're both concerned, mentally, you're still pretty much humans.
So the only sort of powers that you really use is just communicating with
The what?
the dragons.
The baby dragon? You're gonna
Yeah.
rely on an infant to save you?
No,
That can only spew out a little bit of flame?
No! I was saying I have used powers because I have the power to communicate with the creatures, so I technically have involved that, but otherwise, no.
That's
I was providing an
simple.
example.
It's sentience from the dragon. That doesn't really revolve around you. The dragon is just smart. Dragons are not dumb in D&D. They're very intelligent.
Okay, well, Acorn, do you think you can talk to the spider? Maybe?
I could try, but he's super angry. Hey, spider! Stop eating that thing! Go away! We don't like you. And your butt stinks. And your mother was a hamster.
I said talk
and your
to
dad
it,
smelled of elderberries.
not insult the spider. Jesus.
I need the spider spews venom at you.
I dodge.
It's venom. It doesn't really matter.
If it's
you're just gonna
shooting
get
it,
wet.
that means there's gonna be like an actual stream of it.
Not if you
coming
have
at me.
cuds.
But it still has to come from the
It's
spider.
venom.
So I have time to
It's
dash.
not poison. Venom has to be injected into the bloodstream. Poison has to be ingested, whether in inhalation or by drinking it. I didn't think I would have to explain that to a 30-year-old.
Okay, so can I do anything?
You can dodge if you want.
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
Okay. I need you to give me that sweet old D20 dex roll and a coin flip. So the coin flips, again, are just as an insurance of how you're doing it. And if you kind of falter and fail, your dex is just to see how well you're doing it as well in correspondence. Okay, so tell me how you're dodging these dual spray of venom that are of globs that are being lobbed towards you. I said lodged, lobbed towards you.
I lie flat on the ground and roll to the. Where's Rabbit standing?
She would be to your right, I suppose.
Okay, Okay.
Mostly because neither one of you had said which side you're on, so I'm dictating that, I guess.
Oh, I'm rolling over to the left.
Okay. Rabbit, I need the same from you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. The rabbit tries to go anywhere and just like, I guess got her foot stuck under a rock or a root rather. But she's able to dislodge. Rabbit, do it again. You got 2 seconds.
Ah!
1, 2. Okay. Rabbit.
Yeah.
Tell me how what you're doing with your foot under that root.
What am I doing on with the root under like? What do you mean?
Yeah, your foot's stuck under a root. How are you acting right now while you're trying to break free since you're kind of stuck there?
I mean, I didn't say I was gonna dodge or anything. She was only the one that
Well,
was
you're right
dodging.
next to me.
Okay.
You just gonna let it hit you?
She already said it. It's already set in stone.
But
Okay.
wait, hang on a second. You said it was aimed at her, not me.
But you're right next to me, and it has the radius.
This thing is the size of a school bus.
Okay, well it's just
In a cross formation.
okay.
So, it's going to get on you regardless. It's not tiny little droplets.
Well, I understand that, but it was aimed at her, so.
Yes. That is correct. Are you imagining, like, this thing articulated its fangs to
Yes.
shoot?
Heat-seeking,
Okay.
Yes.
Heat-seeking venom?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Cool, that's not how this works. Therefore, Rabbit, tell me how you are right now, head to toe right now. What are you doing?
Well, first off, you need to fix your audio because it sounds like
Do I?
you're eating your mic.
Am I?
It sounded
Is
like
it better now?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. Tell me how you are from head to toe right now. How you stance?
I don't know. How am I stance?
I need you to actually tell me.
Well, obviously my foot's trapped under a root,
Yes.
but I don't know how the rest of my body is. You didn't tell me if I fell.
You're just kind of stuck there in place. I need you to tell me from head to toe how you're acting right now with your foot under that root.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna try to unlodge my foot from the root and just slide it
Yeah,
out.
I need you to tell me how you are from head to toe.
I don't
Like, are
understand.
you yelling out loud, my foot's stuck, or you, like, doing all this with your eyes closed? What's happening?
Well, obviously my eyes aren't closed. That would be very disadvantageous to everything. Acorn, my foot's stuck. Can you help me? Maybe.
Hey, Rabbit, I need you to flip me 4 coins.
Oh Jesus.
Silly, silly woman.
2. Oh.
Are you able to, like, slash flip?
It had told me to slow down, Tiger.
Yeah, that's one it did the same thing to me when I did like a couple in a row.
Okay, so you can't like flip multiple coins.
Although it does say you should be able to whenever I looked at it, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
3.
I have no idea.
Okay. There's my 4th one. I got all heads.
All heads.
Wow. Shocking. And not cool at all. You just so happen to be saying all that crap and flapping your eyes and your lips. And your head was tilted down just enough to where the venom splashed all across the back of your head and across your back. But none of it got into your eyes or your mouth. Therefore, you remained unpoisoned.
Yay! Not poisoned.
You're the one. The second you said, "Of course, my eyes are open," is the second I was like, "Oh boy, yes." That's what I was looking for.
Well, if obviously my eyes would be open. Like, I'm not gonna be having my eyes shut while trying to see what the frick I'm doing.
Venom needs an entrance point.
I understand.
Whether if you don't have
I
wounds.
understand that, but having my eyes closed would cause me a great disadvantage. If I have my eyes
you've
closed,
seen
and if
Venom
I-
shot.
If I have my eyes closed, though, I'm not going to be able to see what I'm doing.
Fair enough, Blondie.
It's obvious. How is that a Blondie moment?
That's anything besides the point here.
I still don't understand why it's a blonde moment.
Well, the biggest threat was the venom.
The venom that was being shot in your guys' direction. And what matters is since you don't actually really have any cuts on you, the biggest thing I can lean on if I'm trying to poison you is hoping that your eyes or your mouth is open to where the venom can get inside you.
I understand all of that. Like, I get that. I got that down pat. No worries.
Proceed. Seeing as the spider wasn't able to get you, it retrains its attention back on the mama dragon. But little did it know that the baby dragon had gone up and started burning the webs around it. So now a big ball of flame surrounds the mama dragon, causing the demonic spider to rear back slightly and go in for a jump pounce at the mama dragon. Rabbit, starting with you. What are you up to?
Okay. How far can I throw my spear?
Well, it's at this juncture, it's about 40 feet, so it's basically right on top of that mama dragon who's at 35 from you, so it's within striking distance of mama dragon. And mama dragon's still kind of stuck on the ground, just slowly being able to break out of the web now that it's been burning up. And I would argue that since we're not messing with grades of strength and stuff like that, I would say, well, you could make a couple rolls. Give me a strength, efficiency, and an effectiveness. So 2 D100s and a D20. And considering it's long distance and you're using a spear, I would say you need to at least beat a 14. And then the 2 D100s is for how efficiently you tossed it and how effective it was. And the higher the number towards 99, if you get a double zero, 100, it basically sticks wherever the hell you wanted it to. With it, if effectiveness.
Okay, so two D100s and a D20.
Yep. We're not doing standard stuff because I didn't make you guys do a character sheet. You got that. So you got your D100 for efficiency sucks. So it's not very efficient. Probably because you're covered in venom. But it's effective. That it just helped it launch even harder. Now give me that strength, which is a D20. Now you didn't beat a 14. Give me a coin flip.
Okay. Tails.
You did not make it. You just slightly went between its fangs and its mandibles, landing beneath its giant spider. So now you are weaponless. And you just barely missed that spider.
Darn it. Okay.
It looks like you guys need a hand. Let me show you what a real Spriggan can do. Despite the
I
bit
am a
of
real Spriggan.
flamage, silence, child. As it smacks its hands onto the ground, creating a rumbling that is felt between everyone. The dragon, the spider, and all. The spider starts looking around frantically, like what else has entered the fray? As a bunch of vines start bursting from the ground, wrapping around all four legs on each side of the spider, pulling it to the ground. Now, hurry! Finish it! You better decide what you're doing.
I take my mace and I run up to it and just keep repeatedly smack it on the head.
I want you to give me the same ordeal. And this time, I need also you to give me an extra D100 for how fast you're trying to go towards it. Effectively, because it's a really far distance, I want to know if you're actually dead sprinting, and a D100 is going to indicate that for me. Now, I will allow you. Which one is your... Okay, well, with how bad those are. So you got a 63. That's how good you were running. But when you smacked on its carapace and how you only got a 16, and how effective it was enough to just kind of annoy it. And also it caused a little bit of recoil through your roots, causing you to momentarily release your grip from your mace's hilt, making that whole kind of ordeal kind of moot.
Well,
Rabbit.
that last one was a D20. She got a 17.
Oh, she's missing her other hundy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I got 2.
You need 3.
You need 3 this time. You're running from a really far distance. I wanted the extra D100 to find out how fierce you're going at it. I'm going to say that you're going at it with okay ferocity, but I'm going to say that it starts struggling to get up, and you give it a good whack, and you break carapace, but not much. Not much of the carapace, because you did get a tails, and that is a 16 on how effective it was out of 100. Rabbit.
Okay.
I'm not telling either one of you what its health is, so...
No, that's fine. Is my foot still stuck?
I mean, yeah, you were only stuck for the moment. I would assume after a few moments of trying to dislodge your boot from underneath that root, you would be able to.
I asked if it was still stuck, and you said yes.
No, your foot is fine.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. I'm just confused.
Semantics.
There's not the same between being stuck and unstuck. Okay. Well,
Didn't
since
say it was?
what?
Nothing. Please go.
Alright, I'm gonna run to my spear, grab my spear.
Why did you have to say that like with a lisp, like you were trying to say leprosy?
Leprosy.
See?
I'm going to run up to my spear and grab it and attack the spooter.
One small problem with that.
What?
Your spear is underneath the spooter.
Is
Does that...
in between his actual thingies.
What?
Uh,
You said it was underneath the spider.
yes.
Like it wasn't
Yeah.
between the teethers. It went between the teethers and now it's underneath of it.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes.
saying.
That's
It
what
went
we're
between.
trying to tell you.
But that doesn't make any sense.
What?
If you toss something like a football, it makes an arc shape, right?
Right.
Okay, you toss your spear. It made an arc shape. It lost its momentum and it went between the fangs and mandibles,
Right.
which means it's underneath the spider. The other Spriggan made vines around the spider's legs and pulled it at the ground.
Okay, you didn't say you pulled it out the ground.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Acorn,
Yes, you did.
it's also on the recording, so
I could've
argue
swore-
with yourself, not
could-
me.
I could have swore you said it was only held in place by the vines. It wasn't held to the ground.
It's pulled to the ground, holding it in place.
Okay, well, do I have any other weapons on me?
Don't you have a shield?
I have the round shield, yes.
There you go. It's got an edge. It's a blunt edge. But it's an
Okay.
edge.
Well,
It might give you an edge in this situation. Ooh!
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Alright, well, then I'm going to take the shield off of my back and run up to the spider and kind of do a slicing motion and, like, try to hit it in the head.
Give me 2D hundies and the D20. For efficiency, effectiveness, and strength. That's a pretty efficient. 81 is pretty fucking efficient. Yeah, 46, pretty effective. Not like super effective or really effective. It's still just somewhat effective. 8, yeah. I mean, you caused a little bit more fracturing to his carapace if you hit it in the same spot that the acorn did, but since you didn't tell me you were hitting in the same spot she already caused damage, I'm not giving you it. So you did hit it again. You just hit slightly adjacent from where acorn had already kind of started breaking its head open. So now it has one smaller break in its head and a slightly larger one. And the spider is still stuck. It failed. It needed a 13 to get out of its hold. I had to roll. I'm rolling off screen, so you don't actually see it. But it needed a 13 to get out of it from being held by that other Spriggan. So 2-2 again.
Okay.
Acorn. Starting with you.
I take my mace again, and I hit the spot that I damaged earlier, the larger damaged spots, again with my mace.
You know the deal.
Well, is it 3 this time or just 2?
I need just the 2 and then the D20. You're not running up to it to do it, so.
Yeah, just want to make sure.
Fair enough. I'm not arguing that fact.
Ah. What's with the 8?
It was way more effective. You got a 58, 61 on a how efficient, 58. So, yeah, you fractured it a little bit more, and it lets out a roar or screech, I guess technically. It lets out a screech, letting you know that that kind of stung a little bit, especially because you decided to, assuming, hit it in the same spot that you hit it before.
She did say
No,
that.
I told you I was.
Yeah.
I said I was.
Okay then. Well, there you go. You cracked it open a little bit more. Rabbit, go.
I'm gonna do the same action. Take my shield and smack it in the. I'm actually gonna aim for the spot that Acorn is smacking it. Try to open that up a bit more.
Well, you know the drill. Get to it.
Is the parent dragon still trying to get free?
Yes.
Okay.
This has only been a couple seconds.
Okay, 99, 69, 17.
I would definitely say that you caught some blood splurt with the side of your shield with that one. You're using a round shield, right?
Yep.
So it's still blunt damage. Now, where were you aiming with this one?
I said the same spot that Acorn is aiming at.
That's what I thought you said. I
Yep.
just wanted to reconfirm.
Yep.
I didn't want to make assumption. Yep. It definitely is oozing some green, bluish blood right now. It definitely felt that. The dragon failed its check once more.
The spider.
Or, yeah, the spider. Well, both of them did. So, Acorn, once more. Guess it's you. Since apparently, world is unfair to my monsters.
Well, not always. I did die.
By your own foolishness. But I had to
I'm
make it
going-
sound really dramatic earlier, but it's really not that dramatic.
I'm going to attack in the same spot I have been hitting.
82 effective. 82 efficient and it's 65 effective. Yeah. Well, I hopefully you did more damage. Never mind.
No.
It's efficient and it's effective. It kind of has a bit of a dazed after so many hits in the same area. Not really enough to actually cause too much more damage to that spot that you've now hit like 3 times. Rabbit.
Okay.
I would also like to explain the fact that you guys are, since we use 2-turn combat, there is this thing, it's called co-op. You can help each other wield an attack. It will count as your, attack, but at least it will raise your chances with certain things. Combining spells, combining attacks. The only difference is you'll just make it a lot faster instead of me running through everyone.
So you mean you can attack at the same time, like my with the base?
Yeah. It is that they kind of tell me that you're working together on attacking things since you've already both hit the same spot. I'm kind of defaulting that it's now co-op, so I want you both attack at the same time, but not this time around, since you already went, so I need to be able to allow everyone else to go. But the next time, if you guys are just going to aim at the same spot, why not work together and raise the chances of doing something?
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I was gonna go ahead and hit it again, same spot.
Okay, you do you. Are you hitting the same spot Acorn did?
Yeah.
Okay. $51, decently efficient. 90, it's whatever you're doing, it's pretty effective. And yeah, your little round shield is now lodged into its noggin, causing it to wild the hell out. It failed its check once more to get free. And ooh, hey, you guys might want to run. Just a fair warning. The dragon gets out, whipping out its wings. It is pissed. It takes its two front paws or claws? Would it be paws or claws?
Claws.
I would say claws, right?
Yeah, I would say
Yeah,
claws.
claws.
And it smashes its front claws down on the front arms of the spider. And it's now leering right over you. I will give you this one and only opportunity to flip me coins and tell me if you run like you probably should.
I'm taking the
Okay,
frick
running.
Give me those coin flips.
off. Tails.
That's a fail.
Oh, tails.
That is a double fail.
No.
You guys weren't able to do it quick enough. And it's pissed. You hear this weird kind of guttural crystalline intake of air as you look up and you see the dragon's head rear back and come back down, and it just blasts the crap out of the top of the head, and that combustive air just shoots you back, giving you both D20 damage. Twice. Once for the force, once for the flame. Both of you, D20. That is it. Acorn, you kind of messed that one up.
I did.
That is a 13 and 17 worth of damage combined.
That's
Woof.
30?
That's what, 30 damage?
Yeah, I got 30.
What is with your audio?
I don't know. Is it better now?
Oh, now you're back.
Okay.
It
Weird.
sounded like you were like further away.
On a
or
phone?
turned away.
Or on a walkie-talkie or something? I don't know what that was.
My mic
Acorn
got pushed
took
a
that
little
like
bit.
a champ for being made out of plant matter. Those low rolls actually saved your butt right there.
13.
And so Rabbit is now at 60 health. Or so now 30. Or no, wait. Yeah, that's right. You took one thing of damage earlier.
Yeah, so
And
I'm
you're
at
29?
No, I'm at 35.
At 35?
Yeah.
Wait, you were at 60, right?
I was at 65.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm down to 35.
Either way, Yeah, jacked up, son.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm a little hurt.
I would also like to remind you, you never created that character with any kind of recovery system.
No.
And you guys don't have any kind of potions or healing items of any kind. So,
Ooh,
maybe be careful.
yes, we do.
Well, did you bring them? Do you have them on you?
Yes,
Yeah, we grabbed
Okay.
everything. that
we
actually
grabbed
was
him
with
from
our-
Acorn, you do not
Kristen.
have jack shit. You died. You were nothing but a core.
Well, I had jack shit until I did.
You did. You don't now.
But
The
I did
rabbit is
have
the
it.
only one who has anything. Which is probably why my brain said that you guys are out of things.
No, I still have the stuff I got from
Nope, you're right. I'm not disputing that. I don't know if you want to cure up some of those 4th degree burns that you just got to your person.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that as
And
soon
maybe,
as we're...
you know, also get some of those crystals that are now also in your all across your body. You're basically entire front half of you is
Geode?
a very much a geode, yeah. Bird flesh and geode. Because whenever a amethyst dragon also breathes his fire, it also leaves fragments of little amethyst crystals, not just flame.
Okay. Well, are we out of immediate danger, or are we still in danger right now?
You got blasted back, and you are not out of complete immediate danger. But for it just to be merciful, I'm going to recommend you take that potion.
Well, fun fact, amethyst is supposed to induce like calm and stress relief.
I mean, the acupuncture probably made her a little bit relief on stress.
Yeah.
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 And making her so brain dead, she's trying to go against good advice of a really good choice right about now.
I'm not going against it. I was just asking before I even did anything to put myself in some
You're
sort of like...
out of direct damage. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, that's what all I was asking in case like something else was gonna happen while I was taking the potion.
I don't know. We'll find out here in a second.
Okay. I'm gonna drink my health potion.
Good choice. As you glug down your health potion and you get those last drops, you both get slung back by its tail as that dragon is just tearing into the carapace of the spider. Its body's just lashing around. Tail is smacking down every which direction. It is just going ballistic. And you notice that as it's doing it, its tail's coming back around and it's smashing debris towards your direction, giving you 2 d8 damage, as well as that smack back, which also is giving you a d20 of damage. It is going nuts. It's running around like a bull at a rodeo, just in place, just beating the living snot out of this spider. Claws, tail, every bit of its body is being used to just destroy the spider for its annoyance it caused this dragon.
Real quick, how many points of health did the health potion give me?
You'll have to look at the real thing real fast. I made you my bag. It should be on there for the potions.
Okay, 1 second.
Low rolls for the win.
The potions available start with 2 relevant potions capable of replacing mix antidote 1 injury or poison or toxicity. Oh, I guess I didn't put it on there. Oh, wait, yes I did. All potions drink in doses for 25% of its effectiveness. All doses are 25% of the potion. So, I didn't put it in there. I'm going to just default to having you give me a D100. Because that's what I originally had planned on there. I should probably add that crap on there.
Okay.
So I'm going to do that right now.
Oh, it's 7.
Oof.
That health potion was not effective enough. Okay, so 35 plus 7 is 42. Then minus the 8. Four.
Dude, I am not getting gold worth shit.
12.
Like, what the hell?
And you said a D20 as well?
No, that was just. Oh, wait, for damage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, I'm lower than I was before.
I mean, you could have just opted to continue running. That would have been option number 2.
I mean, I could have,
Should have.
but
It's more like it.
you had suggested to drink the potion, so I did. You said that was a smart thing to do.
You could have said that you were going to run and drink the potion while you're moving, and then you would just had a coin flip it and still do your D100, but you would have at least been able to, you know, run.
Well, I didn't really exactly think of that, because usually you'd... Never mind.
Usually I let you do your actions.
No, not
Nope.
usually you. Usually in, like, typical video games and stuff, they stop and have to take their health potion.
What
or
do you
at
mean?
least-
You even in Monster Hunter, you walk around and you can
But you're
drink,
you're incredibly slow. You're not running at the same time.
which is unrealistic. It's just meant to be a challenge. I can run and drink at the same time. I've done it a million times IRL. I think that's just stupid and silly, and I'm not doing that crap. More or less doing as much as I can to kind of skirt the line of reality versus the tabletop. Not gonna bogart what's realistic.
12 plus 14 is 26. 42 minus 26.
Oh my god.
16!
You still have another potion. You do have $1,000 that you got from a jester.
Yeah.
Apparently bad a jester.
Oh, I have 1,075 since I still had a little bit left over from the
Semantics?
guard person. But
So, as long as you can make it back to the city and go to, like, an apothecary, you should be right as rain.
yeah.
As long as you don't die.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. No worries.
You have a rejuvenation potion that can bring back entire limbs, and your health potions. So you should be fine. Just don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, she's going to have to figure out how to resurrect you, and you guys don't have a clue how that's worked because this all kicked off due to someone deciding they were going to go in the opposite direction of their partner.
It's fine.
I'm not
We're back.
using random gen, so you can't a complete random gen, so you can't have me leading the party around. It just doesn't work that way.
I understand it doesn't work that way, but we found each other, so it's fine.
It says the woman who's about dying.
It's fine.
Yeah, you looked better like an hour ago.
Whose turn is it?
The dragon just went, and we kind of got sidetracked with this whole potion thing. That dragon is wiling out, and is slowly calming down. It is completely decimated that poor spider. That I say poor spider.
Poor spider.
I knew that was going to happen.
Shoot venom at us and trying to.
Ooh,
Eat
that
the
dragon
dragon.
is really, really angry. Why aren't you running? Because I'm running now. Okay, bye.
Okay,
I'm not going to be
let's keep
anywhere
running.
near that thing.
Let's keep running.
Fire is scary.
Keep running, running. I'm sprinting.
Which direction are you sprinting?
Away from the dragon.
So north, northeast, east,
Which
southeast, south, southeast.
Okay, we should sprint southeast.
Yeah, southeast.
As you guys are running down the bank of the river, the little baby dragon sits there and stops you in your tracks by lighting the ground on fire before you.
Nope.
Looking desperate and pouting at you, but also a mixture of anger in its eyes.
Hey, we saved you. You're good. The spider's dead. You gotta let us go.
It starts to ram itself into your legs.
Okay, I don't understand. Do you want us to go back towards your parent, or like what's going on?
It bows its head down and then lifts it back up.
So that's it. A yes. You want us to go back towards your parent who is still angry.
It starts to beat you in the leg with its head repeatedly. Not hard enough to cause any kind of damage, but hard enough to actually try to get his point across.
Oh, I'm conflicted.
Are we close enough that the parent dragon can actually within shouting distance?
Yeah, I guess. You didn't run very long before this thing actually stopped you, so.
Okay.
Yeah, by all accounts.
Okay. Hey, parent dragon! We come in peace, not pieces. So please don't set us on fire. Are you good?
Choice?
Are you good? Are you good, buddy? Do you have any wounds? How you doing?
It turns its head, still very angry, looks at you with smoldering black smoke and purple flame bursting out its nose as it smashes its left arm back down on the spider.
Oh, yes, I agree. I agree. Fuck that spider. Fuck him. He wrecked our shit. You did
My
good.
headcanon is a very grumpy looking dragon just like, smash.
Yes, I'm not. What do you mean? stupid questions.
I'm not angry. Smash. You're angry.
And just doing like a humph when it's like smashing its claw back down on the spider.
And it starts like creaming its hand into it.
Yeah.
Like, ugh, I love this thing so freaking much. That's my headcanon for the dragon right now.
Same. Same.
And just as quickly as it rages out, and that spider is just kind of twitching, still has vines wrapped around its legs that are just kind of moving a little bit, but it's still pretty well restricted. And as the dragon huffs and puffs, and it comes kind of slowly walking towards you guys and the baby dragon, the baby dragon runs back off to its mother, and they start nuzzling against each other.
Aww.
And it looks at you with gratitude and confusion in its eyes. And the baby dragon runs back up to you, and in its mouth, it has a little leaf, and it drops the leaf at your feet.
Aw, thank you. What is this?
It's a leaf.
But what kind of leaf?
Just a fallen leaf from one of the nearby trees, admittedly.
Oh, okay.
Thank
thank you.
Well, I put it in my bag.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen the video of the dog who pays for cookies.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
That's
It's a leaf.
effectively what's happening.
Okay.
So you stopped us so we could get payment for our helping.
Our deeds.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Okay.
you got paid in with a leaf.
Okay.
With a leaf.
I pat the baby dragon on the head gently.
And it pushes itself up into your hand.
He's so cute. He's
Thank
adorable.
you so much, dragons.
And it runs around in a circle, casting these little splurts of fire. And while it's kind of hopping, it's doing this little like pouncy hop thing while it's going around in a circle, as if it's celebrating the fight. The mama dragon turns back towards the giant spider and starts tearing at it, dropping bits of the dragon or bits of the spider at your feet. Just loud thuds behind the baby dragon who's just sitting there prancing around like it's trying to tell you something. And it takes the fangs of the giant spider and it drops them on top of the pile.
Okay. Well, I am going to carefully grab the fangs.
The fangs it got a pretty good heft, and you still see a bit of venom dripping from the tips of it. They still, apparently, the dragon was clever enough with its smashings that it didn't actually destroy the venom sacs attached to it.
Ooh, we can actually use these for weapons.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. Do I have any sort of like cloth with me that I can wrap the fangs in?
You have your clothes.
Okay.
Those vials for your potions and everything are attached to, like, the belt. And, like, little protective cases. And the, money's just in a purse bag, so... Not really. Unless you're gonna tear up some of your clothes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll tear off a little bit of my pant leg and my kind of make myself capris instead of just full pants, and wrap the cloth around the tips of the fangs and stick them in my bag.
The dragon looks at you inquisitively with its head cocked to the sides and puts his face down low to the ground, and you see a bunch of little runic symbols that pop up as if it's writing something, but it's in a dialect that in a style of writing you have no clue what it means. But when it finishes what it's writing, it looks kind of circular in its shape and the same kind of writings in a star shape, like an 8 points, or not 8 point, a 6-pointed star, kind of like a Star of David type ordeal.
Mm.
But it's all in different little runic symbols. And when it turns, when it's finished actually doing it, it lights up in a glowing, bright, kind of bluish light, kind of like a sky, but brighter. And the whole thing opens into a little hole in the ground that goes into something. I mean, I guess you would have to look down into it to actually know what it is going down into.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go over carefully and look into the hole.
You see that it's some kind of room. It almost could be its own separate, like, world, but it's this 30 by 30 box. It made out of stone. And from where you're sitting, it looks like it's facing almost upright, like you're on the bottom of it, looking through like a mouse hole into it. And on the other side of that room, you're looking at your own reflection.
That's not creepy at all.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is called a demi-plane.
That's what I was thinking of what it was, but I didn't want to like meta or anything.
Just saying it, in case anyone's not aware that might watch this. If you don't know what a demi-plane is, that is what a demi-plane is. A 30 by 30 room can be either wood or stone, and it has an exit, but you can close it off, but it will never trap the wielder inside it. Can, however, be used for some fun things, like trapping people's bodies in them.
Okay. Well, before we do anything else, I'm going to eat some of the spider.
You're gonna cook the spooter.
Yes.
Okay. If you want to cook the spooter, you gotta tell me how you're preparing it.
I mean, can I technically just eat it raw?
Oh, please.
I wouldn't think that.
No,
That
I'm
sounds
not gonna.
questionable to
I'm
me.
not gonna eat it raw. I was just asking technically,
I like
can
it
it be
raw.
eaten raw?
And friggling.
Yeah, you could absolutely eat it raw.
Well, I'm not gonna do that.
Why?
Your reaction, obviously.
I love Spider-Man, and there's one episode that I admire most, even though it was the complete nightmare fuel growing up. Because I'm old.
Well, I don't want it to hurt me or anything. I'm already down to
I never
frickin-
said it would.
I know you never said it would, but the "oh please" kind of alluded to the fact that it would hurt me.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's what your take was?
Yes, that's my headcanon.
That's your headcanon? This is my headcanon.
What's that
Dun,
supposed
dun,
to mean? Yeah, fine. I'm just going to take a piece of the spider and just pop it into my mouth. Just a little bite-sized piece.
Cool. You ate some raw spider.
Woo!
I'm gonna gather some of the raw spider bits and then motion over to the baby dragon and say, "Hey, little buddy, can you light this on fire for me? Just a little bit though, just a little bit, like you're toasting a marshmallow."
Oh, that's terrifying.
The little baby dragon looks at you inquisitively and bites off the meat along with your fingers.
Ah! Hey! No! Hey, Mama
And starts
Dragon!
doing a little dance.
Mama Dragon! Can you roast this for me? Little sizzle.
The
And then we
mama
can have
dragon lowers her head down and mushes her cheek against the baby dragon and spoots out this, yes, I said spoots out this little tiny
Yes.
flame just at the edge of the meat that you're holding in your hand.
You spooted the spooter.
At least I'm not the only one who got a kick out of it.
Okay. Yeah, alright. And I eat the spooter. And share some with the rabbit.
And just as you do that, the mama spider looks a little upset. Like she's trying to make a point to the baby dragon.
Mama spider?
Yeah, shut up. Didn't say it. I changed it. I did it. Okay?
Kai.
I know I messed up. Don't require you to explain that to me.
Oh. Baby spider. I mean, baby dragon.
See, I'm not the only one.
Baby dragon. Come here. You gotta respect your elders. Now you try it. Try it.
And as the baby dragon is attempting to refine its flame, it starts doing these little wafts of flame. And then just one after another, just poof, poof, little flames. And then it does it again after getting disgruntled with itself. And it casts out a huge flame, bigger than any flame that you've seen from it thus far, taking your whole arm with it.
Ah!
And looking really confused, but yet a little happy with itself that it managed to make a huge flame like that.
Oh, jeez.
And it just sits there wagging his tail around.
Well, I hope you're happy with yourself. That was a good job. But maybe next time you go and you toast the meat.
The mama dragon just looks a little bit amused at just what happened. Like, kids be kids. What a silly little Willy.
All right, lesson's over. What time of day is it now?
It is late afternoon.
Okay.
Like the sun is still up. You're going to kind of find out how that works in the next episode because we don't have the time for this one. This went way longer. Mostly because people be causing their own kinds of shenanigans. Anyways, before we actually end, are you guys going to put any of the spider bits inside the demi-plane?
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah.
put.
Mind you, you have to physically go into the demi plane to put it in there. It won't just like magically fall in there. So you have to lug what you're going to lug in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, dragons. Is there any bits and pieces you would like to save for the road?
The dragons both look at you, just kind of like, eh? What?
I take that as a no.
Okay. We could get rid of the evidence and make sure all these dangerous parts they get all thrown in there.
As you're doing that, the mama dragon goes to the river and starts scooping at it like she's trying to take a drink, but instead she starts dropping fish onto the shore. And the baby dragon runs up to and starts eating the fish that its mom just caught.
Okay, so
They must not like spider.
they prefer fish. That's fair.
I mean, after this whole scenario, fish sounds nice.
It does.
Friggin' spider.
Yeah, gather up as much spider bits as I could possibly can.
Wait, are you actually saying that out loud, or is that just kind of out game commentary?
It's just
No,
what
that's out loud.
it's what I'm doing.
I was talking about the fish sounds good thing.
No, that was actually in game
Yeah,
out loud.
in game out loud.
Cool, because it just because of how their characters are, they actually the baby dragon drags half of its fish that it was eating to acorn, while the mama dragon is sitting there and scoops up more fish and pours it on top of the rabbit's head. And one of the fish is now caught in the back of your leather tunic.
Ooh, that tickles, that tickles, that tickles. Ah, wiggle, 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 wiggle. I'm gonna
pat the dragon's head.
grab the fish from underneath my tunic.
What are you doing with that fish? Are you gonna drop it? Are you gonna put it in the demi plane? What are you doing with it?
I'm gonna stick it in the demi
What
plate.
is you? Okay. So you gotta go into that demi plane. Have you gone inside yet?
No, not yet. Just gathering up as much as possible and then going in there.
Okay. Tell me what you're more or less gathering up before you actually go in. And make sure you put it in chat exactly what you gathered, so that way you can keep an inventory list. Here, I'll even do you a favor. I'll put you a channel that I will call just inventory.
Okay.
And then, whenever it's something that goes into a pack, like your own personal backpacks or something like that, just make sure you put an R in front of it, so that way it's representative for rabbit or acorn.
Mm.
R, and A, depending on who's who of the what.
So what exactly is left of the spider? Is there like spider legs still? Spider bit spider?
Yeah, most
legs?
of that spider is kind of there. It's just the rear side of its head that is completely been demolished.
Mush.
Yeah, it has no brain left, and its front legs are most assuredly just dusted. It got all Spider-Man from Endgame. Only if he didn't actually get turned into dust, but mush.
Okay. Well, how much of this spider bits am I actually able to carry?
That room is a 30 by 30. The entire is like a spider's torso and thorax and all that is going to be about 20 feet in total. Leg spans, like curled up leg spans, you'd be fine on that side. That's about 8 feet worth of spooter. And I want you guys to bear in mind, you're living in this world. There's a lot going on. So anytime you go on hunts, don't forget that there are other options with bits from monsters than just, oh, I could probably use this for X. Don't forget that people also want to buy things that are that type of stuff. Because they use it for X. And that makes you money. The dungeon or dungeons are not your only means of income.
Yeah.
You can make income from other things.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take one of the spider legs and keep it with me, and I'm going to put I'm just gonna take like maybe a foot or two of the actual spider meat and put that in the demiplane.
You're only taking a couple feet worth to put in the demiplane?
Yeah.
Choice, I guess?
Ow, you ass.
Just seems a little silly to restrict yourself from so much space, but
Well, you just
far
said
be it for
there's.
me to dictate.
You just said there's infinite like amount of stuff that we could actually go through. So I didn't want to take up too much space to like begin with.
Yeah, like I don't have anything to tell you. Mostly because I can't tell you what the obvious decision should be for you guys, because that's entirely up to you. I just know what I would be doing right now. I mean, if you want my take, I will absolutely give it to you, but otherwise, I'm going to let you do whatever you guys agree upon doing. Like, I've been doing little things here and there to kind of give you what I perceive as a good choice. Doesn't mean you have to do it, but
Well, there's like you said, the room demi-plane itself is like 30.
it's
Yeah,
30
30
by
by
30.
30.
So,
So, like,
30
that takes
foot
up only-
width, 30 feet in height. The body of that spider is about 20 feet in length. Its height is about 6 feet.
But it's like kind of decrepit and demolished. So if the bits are like
No, again, just its head is. Just the backside of his head next to his abdomen is. The choice of that dragon was to destroy the thing's brain. It wasn't really after anything else at that point. It just wanted to kill it. And again, dragons in D&D are not stupid.
Ow.
They are considered highly intelligent and regal creatures. Hence, I'm not making these things act dumb. It went nuts. And yeah, there's a bit of damage to the second segment of legs. Absolutely, because it was thrashing around, but it was mostly thrashing around wildly everywhere. It wasn't just, I never once actually said it was distinctly on it. It was just smashing the crap out of his head after it lit the living crap out of his head on fire. But the carapace of demonic spiders are resistant to fire, which is why they're kind of demonic. They're infernal creatures.
Well, if the character
So
is resistant to fire, then that'd be pretty useful to either us or just even for like selling it. So
I guess that was probably a little too meta, but I don't think you guys would have figured that out unless you drag it to an artificer or someone.
Yeah.
Which is another thing to remind you. You have every available type of thing in the city. There's all kinds of crap. From regular D&D and beyond. Like, if you guys wanted to actually build a house, you could build a house. Find a suitable location. Hell, find a house that is up for sale. Find a house that is decrepit. Find a house that it no longer is livable, but you could buy the land around it. I don't care. I'm not going to restrict you on different random life choices that you could possibly make. It's all up to you. Again, that's kind of why there's so many different little extra attentions to like efficiency and effectiveness. You can craft weapons. You want a different weapon that's a higher tier and you don't want to just purchase it. If you can actually find the pieces in a dungeon or around, find the blades. Describe the blades. Roll for how it is, like if it's ruined and it will definitely need an artificer. Or, well, no matter what, you're going to have to go deal with a blacksmith and artificer for a lot of it. But everything that is for that type of stuff, you have pommels, you have the hilts, no different than this game, right? I had to deal with the pommel, the hilt, the guard, and the blade itself. You get to deal with this type of stuff inside that as well.
Yeah.
There is any number of things. This is just to make videos, have some fun, do some CRPG, and ultimately it's just us doing our own little D&D thing. That's not D&D, but it's a D&D realmed and adjacent. Mostly because I find a little regular D&D to be a little too stifling.
Yeah.
Like I don't have any complaints against it. We do regular D&D, and at our actual normal session that we do, that's not televised. So ultimately, I don't really care too much. But with my own stuff, I want to give you the whole freedom of choice. And your choices are going to have consequences, and I'm not going to be nice about it. You make a really dumb decision. Yes, I perceive it as a dumb decision. I'm also effectively the god of your world. So, kind of dictated upon that. It's what I perceive as what would work, and I'm not going to be unfair. I'm just not going to let you do silly things like piss off a dragon once it's woken up that it never has met you. And so, of course, it's going to protect its child. Therefore, it's going to cause fire and get yourself killed. Acorn. I don't know what made you think tugging on the dragon's tail was a good idea. But to each their own.
Yeah, I was just thinking about safety and trying to get everybody out of there.
It's a dragon.
Yeah, but it's a nice dragon.
The child it's a baby.
Okay, we're getting off the rails here. What would you do?
What would I do?
Yes.
I would keep as much of that spooter as possible. That's money.
Yeah, they throw a whole thing in there. Even if it takes up room, we can sell most of the pieces and
If
armor.
you get rid of most of that dragon to other, or that spider to other people, there's different places that will buy it. Now,
So we can free up space if needed.
you
and-
can free up quite a bit of space. Now, you won't be able to get rid of all of the space that you're using up. Absolutely not. But there comes the other issue that you guys have not actually even tried to solve here. You don't have access to this demi-plane.
So that hole that the dragon made, that's not the entrance?
Oh, it is. It's the demi-plane to that dragon.
So we're not allowed to actually go in.
You can go in. It opened it up.
But-
It's not
Well, we
stopping
just
you
can access
from
it again.
from it. There's the clincher, right? So you guys are just kind of missing some very obvious little tidbits here that I can't just outwardly tell you.
Hey,
'Cause-
parent dragon. You opened this space for us. Is there any way we could possibly gain
Open it
access to it all the
ourselves?
time?
It
With your permission, of
leans
course.
down at the rabbit, even though Acorn's the one who was speaking, and it doesn't have any kind of like petty or ill intent in its eyes. There's obvious reasons for this, and it nuzzles its nose towards your hand, your right hand specifically, rabbit.
Okay. I put my hand out, palm up.
And it raises its claw, its left claw, and with its index talon clawness, whatever, it'd be a claw. With its index claw, it pokes the palm of your hand,
Oop.
and you feel a scorching pain on the bottom of your palm.
Ew.
And when you recoil your palm and look at it, you see a sigil of the dragon, and that symbol underneath it, allowing you to access the demi-plane. It's demi-plane. Whether that's temporary or permanent, I can't tell you.
Oh, thank you for the access to a X amount of time to this dummy plane.
And with that, and as the baby dragon has finished eating, they start wandering away from you, walking away. And the baby dragon looks back and it starts bouncing and it starts making little fire splurts again and running around in circle as they walk. Now, what is your decisions? They're dipping out. They're already gone.
Okay.
No more dragons. They're just already wandering away.
Good boy. Be safe.
Bye. Okay, well, let's put this mangled spider into the dummy plane.
Save it for later.
Yeah. Okay, so we're
I'm
gonna...
gonna miss that little guy.
Me too.
So you start putting the spooter's carcass into the thing along with, I'm assuming, the fangs, despite you actually taking and ripping your own fabric preemptively.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it looked at you like, what are you doing? Let me help you with this, human.
Well, I did it before the whole dummy plane situation.
Yeah, and it was kind of the setup to that anyhow.
Yeah.
So now you have this, let's call it 3/4 of a demonic spider. And it is shoved in a demi-plane, and that has brought you into twilight time frame. Now in twilight, as it goes for this world, twilight is governed by a showing of the sun and the moon, and the light dims down, but the moon starts cresting in front of the sun, making the light fade away, causing a bit more darkness. Not an eclipse like it should normally, but that's because this is in a pocket dimension. Therefore, not the same kind of thing that would normally happen.
Mhm.
And as it goes over it, it just starts turning nighttime. Are you guys now that you've actually helped an amethyst dragon, met a spriggan that ran away like a biatch? I'm not a biatch. Yes, you are. Anyways, I digress. What are you guys going to do?
Now that we got that all figured out, do you think we should actually try to get back to find a way into town, into the inn?
Yeah, I could do a rest. I'm a hurting unit.
Need to use the sleep.
I need to use the sleep.
Well, it is getting dark.
Well, we might not have enough time to actually make it into town. I don't know how
And
far it is, but
it is really far from you right now. Allow me. I can absolutely tell you as we end this. You guys are back here on the bank right now.
Mhm.
This is more or less where you're at. So you're just a little south from where you were. The southeast from where you were. Now from here
oh Jesus.
to
Okay.
here is the edge of the city.
Yeah, and
Yeah, we gotta make camp.
it's a bit further in. Okay, question about this
Can we go on the
demi-plane.
demi-plane? And make camp in there?
No. You can go in there, but it won't close while you're in there. So as long as something's in there or someone is in there, something by that would be actually you, Acorn. You're something because you're not human. You're not a humanoid.
Okay.
You're a construct, so you're something. You're not actually male or female.
So with the demi-plane, can I open it anywhere, or do I have to be like in this immediate like vicinity?
I cannot tell you that. That is something you're going to have to experiment with. In this sense, because this is not a normal demi-plane, it's that Mama Dragon's demi-plane specifically. As it goes for if you had a demi-plane that you could use, if you had the demi-plane spell, you would be able to open it wherever there's a flat surface. It doesn't matter what the flat surface is, it has to be a flat surface. It doesn't matter if it's vertical, horizontal, or even catty corner. It just matters that it's a flat surface that you're putting it on.
So my head canon, my thoughts. I guess my question is that if I could open it inside, if I could make it a way so I could open it inside the room of the tavern that I have.
That is something you're going to have to experiment with once more because this isn't your demi-plane. This is its demi-plane. The one detail as you've been putting the spider in that I didn't actually express is as you were putting in like its abdomen and thorax and everything into it, I didn't tell you because I just kind of let it pass my mind. It expands and contracts to your intent to its original size, but it can't be any bigger than the size of a medium creature. It can't be large, it can't be gigantic or anything like that. It can be small as enough to be fitting a halfling, but it can't be any bigger than a standard large person. So medium height to large is the max. It can't be gigantic or anything like that. So you couldn't fit like a giant through there
Okay.
with it standing. But you could cut it up, or in this case, a giant spider, the demonic spider, because it would be medium in size. I guess it's still technically large. So it would be large in size. So just to get its torso in there is pushing the limits of how big this thing could actually go in height wise. But you're not doing height, you're doing the horizontal surface, so it could be as big as you need it to be.
Okay.
You could fit an entire city inside the vertical mass or the horizontal mass of the demiplane because it never once says that you can't. It simply is a 30 by 30 room that can fit no larger than a large creature in its doors. And that's if the large creature is crouching. You can walk as a medium creature, human size, or smaller easily into a demiplane. But since you're doing it as a horizontal plane, it can be as big as you want it to be. I'm going to probably restrict it to certain sizes, but in this case, I'm just allowing you to contract and constrict it, or contract and expand it as much as you need. But you guys need to choose what you're doing, because it is bedtime, because we have work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, since we're
We can
super
make
far
camp.
away from town, do you want to just take shifts sleeping?
Yeah, we can do that.
So you guys are going to camp out by the bank?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? Wasn't there a house?
Kind of far away. Still.
Is that brown spot the house?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be the house that you were reborn in the basement of, which also has stuff going on there, including that Spriggan from earlier.
Well, in that square, how far is it?
From your current area to there, it'll be about a 15-minute walk.
Okay. So
That's not bad then.
we can feasibly get over there and camp out.
Whereas going back to the city from where you're at, which is again from right here, is about a 12-hour walk, roughly.
Okay.
Well, wait, no, I guess it wouldn't be quite that bad. That's 500 meters. This is 1,000 meters. So, yeah, it's not that bad. Couple miles, so about 30-minute walk, maybe an hour.
Okay. Well, since it's getting dark and everything, we'll just go to the house first and camp out there.
Okay. I need you both to flip a coin.
Oop. Wrong thread.
Good job.
Heads and
Cool.
heads.
You guys walk there into that dilapidated house with no real issues.
Cool.
You totally don't know if that demi plane is open or closed right now, but that's neither here nor there. Totally can't be used against you later on.
Nothing can get inside of it that is permission, right?
Who told you that?
Uh, I could have swore it was within like the dummy plane logic.
No. Anything can enter it as long as there's access given, which there's access given because it is open and there's no one to stop anyone from going inside.
Well, it's just a 30 by 30 room, I guess.
That doesn't mean something can't hide out in there, out of sight. Also, did either one of you actually inspect that room
No.
to know if there's anything in there?
No.
Doesn't that seem kind of silly?
Yeah. Can I redact? I wanna go. I wanna look around the dummy plane before we actually go.
No, but you can walk back. I need you to do a coin flip.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
And if you're both gonna go, I need you both to do a coin flip.
Tails.
Cool. You stumble, smacking your head on one of the trees because it's getting just a little too shaded and dark,
Oof.
taking 1d4 damage.
Okay. I'll try.
That's not bad. I got 2.
Acorn does the same thing and takes 1d4 damage.
I'm down.
She
to
tripped over the
2.
same downed log as you did.
Okay. Do I keep going? Can I keep going?
Yeah, that's just a random event.
Okay.
That's the whole point of me. While you guys are walking around or going somewhere, I have you flip a coin to know if there's any events.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of doing that. It's just a random event. And then if there was a possibility, and I have to flip a coin for it, but if there's a possibility of like something bigger happening, I more or less torment you by making you roll the D100 to decide what kind of event. The higher the number, the safer it is. The lower the number, the worse it is. Hence why you got kidnapped.
Yeah. Okay. Uh.
So you're both at the demi-plane once more, so you're both by the bank once more.
Okay. I'm gonna go inside the dummy plane and look around.
Cool. It smells
What is
awfully
there?
funny in here because of the dead spider. But from where you couldn't see inside the demi-plane, there's also a pedestal with a book. It's a very old tome that has a symbol of a dragon on the side of it and on the face of it. And on the back of it, it says Ebon. Edbon.
Okay. I'm going to continue to look around further before I do anything else with the book.
Inside that room, there is nothing else that you can actually see. Unless you want to do a check. Then there might be.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a check.
Okay, roll that d20 and beat a 16.
Oop, not D10. 5.
Definitely did not. You can want to call for assistance from another person who might be able to see better than you.
Hey, acorn with your eyes that see things, can you assist me? And I was looking around a little bit. My eyes are kind of doing a little wonk since I'm kind of low on health.
Sure. I got excellent night vision.
Yeah. Excellent night vision. That's what you needed.
Can we just here. We're gonna
That still isn't enough.
It's
That's way better.
better.
Where was that?
that's the first one.
That's not the
my ex-
first one. That's your second one. Your first one is a 2. I
I
will allow you one more chance, Rabbit.
Okay.
Well, I rolled a 15. You're not gonna count that one?
17.
It's 16 that you need to beat.
17.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Behind the pedestal in which you grab the book, there seems to be something behind it. Do you want to take a closer look at what's behind it?
Yes.
Cool. Behind it, you see a flute.
A flute.
Like a doot
But
doot
this
flute.
is not a regular flute. This flute seems to be created out of bone, and it's not a regular bone. It looks just a little off. You're not sure why, but it gives you the feeling of the familiarity. You just can't quite place why. But looking at it, there's a bunch of runes on the sides of it,
Dragon summoning flute.
and there is one identical marking that's on the side of this flute. And it's the same marking that is on your palm.
So this is
That's
either,
a demi-plane summoning.
yeah, I was gonna say either dragon summoning or is it the demi-plane summoning? But since it's the same marking as the one on my hand, it has to be the demi-plane.
Sure,
Well, doot doot that
possibly.
flute.
Okay.
You're gonna use the flute within side the demi-plane?
No.
no.
I'm not
I
gonna
screwed up.
use.
No,
I'm not gonna
no,
use.
you already said it. I need you to roll for that.
Wait, what?
It she said to do it.
She said to do it, but I'm not doing it.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What about you, Acorn? You want to do it?
I suppose not.
Are you sure? The possible summoning of dragons inside that 30 by 30 room. Hey, do you guys know what the size of a dragon is?
Much.
It's considered gigantic.
Yeah, I was gonna say much larger than a 30 by 30. So no, no, it's not happening. No.
Yeah, I guess we'll just look at the book.
Let's see here. Here. It a dragon's body, fully grown. They are about 85 feet, 26 meters long from nose to tail, with a wingspan of 40 through 72 feet, or 12 meters, 12 to 22 meters.
Yeah, so that would be a bad idea.
So here, the size of a bus is 35 to 40 feet, with its width about 8 to 10 feet. Therefore, are you sure you want to ever tempt fate about going inside the demi-plane and using a flute that could possibly summon dragons.
I already said no. But we gotta find a stopping point.
We do.
'Cause-
You're right.
So
Are you
we
guys
already
gonna
I should stop it
hang
there
out
now.
there, or are you going to leave? Because there's
Well, can we
something
take
else
the
in
book?
there. Yes, you could take both items, and including the other item that is, for some reason, hanging above it that you guys didn't notice at first. But as you're looking at the flute, you notice that there is a pair of hanging swords that are also made out of whatever the same material is that is those. Well, they're sheathed inside the same kind of containment that makes up the same thing as that flute.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take those and strap them to myself.
You want to unsheath them?
Well, they're just hanging there, right?
They're in sheaths, though,
Yeah, they are in sheaths, but how are they hanging exactly? What are they
by their straps.
by their straps? Can I just like undo the straps and take it that way?
You can just pick it up by its sheath and, have the straps along with it. You don't have to do anything
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, that's what I was asking. I wanted
I'm
to.
just asking if you wanted unsheathed to look at the blades.
Well, I gotta take them down before I unsheath them.
Yes.
So I want to take them down and then unsheath them.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
So you take the swords down and you unsheath them.
Yes. What is on the swords? Can I see anything on the swords, like any etchings?
They are pearlescent clear blades with the edges of the blades are some kind of metallic material. That, as far as you're concerned, and I'm pretty sure of, that they are iron in the way they appear. So yes, you ended up with dragon glass, which is also, I'm not talking about obsidian. This isn't Game of Thrones. There's not enough incest. Dragon glass iron blades with bone ash sheath.
Okay. There's two of them.
Yes, there is a pair.
Okay. Well, Acorn, do you want the other one?
heck yeah.
Okay. Now we each have one.
Now you guys actually have blades
Yeah.
Swing.
and not just a pokey stick, which never mind. It's not really my problem.
It's I forgot about it. It's fine. But I got this now, so it's all good.
Yep. It's the only weapon you have on you. But yep.
Yeah, it's all good. It's fine. It's fine. I can acquire more weaponry.
So what weapons do you have on you?
As far as I know, I just have the sword I just got.
You have the shield. Unless you left it.
No, she doesn't.
I mean,
No, you do not have that shield anymore.
was it destroyed along with the spider's head?
It was very much lodged in its head at the time of that
Yeah.
infernal blast.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was like still in one piece or if it's
God, no.
okay.
That thing got melted away. It's just a little bronze shield.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is all I got.
Jane.
That's all I got.
Your spear is a different story. but just because of the fact that now you're going to go look, yes, your spear is also just destroyed. It is a puddle and it's some charred wood on the ground.
I kind of figured that's fine. It's a sacrifice I was willing to make.
It's a sacrifice you totally willing to make. All right. Give me a coin flip real quick. Make sure you're in the other chat before you do it again, Rabbit.
Okay. Oh, before we mosey on back to the house, closing the demiplane.
Well, we gotta get out of it first.
Oh yeah,
We exit the demiplane.
and we both got heads.
And so you exited the demiplane and you both got heads. Good. I wish you would use them more. And as you step out of the demiplane, you notice that you're no longer in the woods where you just were by the bank. You are now next to a road. Right here. You can see two houses with some peoples, because there's a logging corporation. And then the other one is a lodge. That is the Hunter's Lodge.
Okay.
And just so I can mark exactly where you appeared. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Place fire.
No,
There's
I'm
still
gonna
a
place a
fire.
monument. Well, I could, I guess.
Fire at a camp where there's a statue where it looks like people's.
And you are now completely somewhere else.
Ow.
As to why you're suddenly elsewhere, I guess we'll find out next time, possibly. Maybe. Maybe not. Demiplanes can be opened up from different locations, though. That's all I'll say about that. I thank you for watching and listening, and hopefully it wasn't too bad. I definitely got some issues with trying to guide this along while also trying to play a game and try to keep it interesting in that sense. So, probably next time will be more or less just on this type of thing and a few other stuff. And I do hope you enjoyed. And if you did, please hit that like. Make sure that you hit that noti and you subscribe. And make sure you share this to everyone else that might enjoy it. This is technically my first DMing of an entire thing, so I got wiggle room to learn. This isn't a standard D&D, so I don't have a lot of the regular guide rails, and most of this is done by my own imagination, along with some prompting from random gen. So, I do hope you enjoyed how things are going. I hope that the little bit of home brewing that we actually have going on is actually to your liking. I could give more description on that as this actually starts getting enough traction and stuff like that. I'll put the rule set that I have made on the credit portion of this. Just a little scroll through of all that stuff just so you can kind of see the rules. Or as I'm actually using the rules, occasionally I might just have the editor pop it up on the screen so you can kind of visually see it as it's being in use. Who knows? Be nice to someone and everyone. Go drink some water. Go touch grass. You smelly. You need that vitamin D. You're going to get all depressed and sad. Go take a shower. Because again, you smelly. You smell like someone at Comic-Con. It's not okay. Go use soap. Kidding. You smell wonderful. Like roses. Like lovely lavender. Alright, let's get it out of hand. Until next time, we will see you in the next one. Thank you for stopping by at Roll to Play. And it's not goodbye. See you soon. Bye-bye.